as
Okay, well,
Hemingway said.
Paul wants to jump in. I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. This is really important. Where's the suddenly clicking? Give me a 10-year level.
Well, I wouldn't, I would just say.
Not to a hundredth of a point in 10.
Exactly. Let me give it to you within 3 basis points. Here's what I would say. We should be watching certain markers. I think you can learn a lot from correlations. And I think when we observe a day like today, which is a stocks down, rates up day, and that's not amidst a Fed tightening cycle. So 2022, we had plenty of those days. Stocks down, rates up. The tightening cycle was unwelcome. The dollar was tightening. Today, we have a very different mix. We have a weaker dollar. We have higher rates, higher VIX, and lower stock prices. So that combination is new. I think it's a little dangerous. And so, Tom, not to duck the question, I think it's a difficult one, but I think we can learn a lot about the reaction of the stock market and stock market volatility, things like the VIX, to higher yields. So let's watch correlations. Let's look for days like today when rates are going up and the VIX is rising as well.
What do you make of the U.S. dollar? We've seen stocks and other risk assets kind of rebound to a certain degree, but we have not seen the dollar really rally here. What's that tell you here?
And that goes back to what's different, in the rates going up period of 2022. Rates and the dollar were traveling together higher, and that posed a certain risk. This last round of dollar weakness, especially the one that occurred in that, again, chaotic period between April 2nd and 9th, it kind of tells us something. There's a lot of discussion about, a negative branding exercise for the dollar. It's probably too much too soon. I think the reserve currency is not going away. I read with great interest the Moody's downgrade. They talk a lot about the debt stack and the, unsustainability of it. But they also do mention that the U.S. is a economic superpower with the reserve currency. So I don't know that that's going away anytime.
Do you see a legislative path? Like it came up not once, maybe twice this weekend, a Social Security reform. Can there be some drama of debt and deficit maturity? I don't mean duration maturity. I mean behavioral maturity. Like, can we find a debt and deficit adult out there? I don't think there's much evidence we can.
Right. I mean, one we can find is Michael Bloomberg himself, who posted that, I thought, very well crafted op-ed on the terminal yesterday. And I think, the commentary there is that the deck chairs are being shuffled, but really ineffectively. The horse trading around, SALT versus Medicaid work requirements and EV credits, it's just moving things around a little bit, but there's not a lot of impact. I just think these things are intractable problems, and there are other intractable problems out there as well, things like climate change. You have a lot of agency cost with this. And what I mean by that is there's a short-term pain for a potential longer-term gain. And it's difficult to convince people to take that on. So from a hedging standpoint, from a defensive standpoint, I think you have to keep your eye on assets like gold. Bitcoin is a lot of things. It's obviously very speculative. I think it has to have a little bit of a place in the portfolio to hedge against this. And then we got to really think about things like volatility, which to me is the only anti-fragile asset. It benefits from uncertainty and shocks.
Is the stock market about being careful of acquiring certain companies? Do you just in the bond turmoil?
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are doing a live stream on May 19th. We're doing the live stream through Rumble and YouTube and my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Today, I don't think we're going to be doing a simulcast on X Spaces. I have a new setup to improve the audio, but it's a little bit more complicated to try to pipe that into X Spaces at this time. So please help support my work by going to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and donate. You can donate on my homepage. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. All these videos I do are for free to go over international news, domestic news, scientific discoveries, health and wellness, and how to benefit from the financial markets. I give you detailed information on how to improve your health, and detailed information on how to improve your wealth. So please help support my work by donating, by sharing the links, by asking your social media to follow me, and participate. All right. This is an interactive show, so please ask questions. And it's even better when I have the X Spaces up and running. But I felt that improving the audio quality at this moment in time was more important. So please help support the work that I do. I have thousands of videos out there for free. I also have great products on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I have ebooks. I have supplements. I even have courses that I created about immunology and pulmonology. So please take a look at those and help support the work that I do. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. So let's go back to Bloomberg and go over the news here. But before I do, markets have not opened up yet in New York. Right now, we have VIX at 19.56. The futures market is at 5,906. The Euro USD is trading at 1.12. So the dollar is weakening a little bit. Oil is down compared to last week. It's at 61.63. BITO is trading at 21.97. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 144.9, below the 145 mark. I would like to see the Japanese yen above the 145 mark. Like I said, as the yen starts to strengthen, that's a sign that there's international stress in the market. Last night, the Asian market was a bit, there was risk building up in the system. And economic data was coming out in China. Some of it showed better than expected data. Other data sets showed that there was a decline in the economy. I don't trust the actual Chinese data. They're saying that their unemployment rate is at 5.1%. I don't believe it for a second. And they also had a decline in, I think it's new development for housing below, it declined by more than 10%. It was either 10.1 or 10.7%. But their data seems to suggest that their economy is weathering the tariff storm. I doubt that, but we'll see. We'll see what's happening here. The speaker, the press secretary is speaking right now. Let's listen into that. It just popped up.
States military has the necessary resources to remain the strongest and most lethal fighting force in the world. The bill will provide resources for the construction of President Trump's Golden Dome to safeguard Americans from potential attacks, give the Coast Guard resources to build more modernized ships, and the Air Force resources to acquire better planes. If all of those incredible things were not enough, the big, beautiful bill also finally modernizes air traffic control in America, a bipartisan issue. The bill will allow President Trump to deliver on his promise to overhaul and update our air traffic control systems to keep Americans flying as safe and efficiently as possible. The previous administration failed to act and do this themselves, despite repeated warnings from the GAO, which has resulted in unacceptable delays at major airports like Newark that the Trump administration is working hard to address. When the One Big Beautiful bill passes, we will replace the current antiquated system. The FAA will enhance safety in our skies, reduce delays, and power the future of air travel in the United States. That's just some of what this historic legislation will accomplish. It is absolutely essential that Republicans unite behind the One Big Beautiful bill and deliver on President Trump's agenda.
That's Caroline Levitt speaking at the White House, delivering a press briefing on the One Big Beautiful bill, as it's called, calling on every White House Republican to unite behind it. We'll get more on that as things develop as the day goes on.
Send this legislation to his desk.
In the meantime, US President Donald Trump is due to speak with the leaders of Russia and Ukraine later on Monday. He'll speak on the phone with Vladimir Putin and later with Volodymyr Zelensky as part of a push to end the Ukraine war. Expected to discuss the results of talks between Ukraine and Russia in Turkey last week. US Vice President J.D. Vance has been asked about President Trump's upcoming phone call with Putin and Zelensky. And here's what he told reporters a short time ago on his way back to Washington from the Vatican.
These sides hadn't talked in years. We thought that was a disgrace. That has now happened. But now, the talks have been proceeding for a little while. We realize there's a bit of an impasse here. And I think the president's going to say to President Putin, look, are you serious? Are you real about this? Because the proposal from the United States has always been, look, there are a lot of economic benefits to thawing relations between Russia and the rest of the world, but you're not going to get those benefits if you keep on killing a lot of innocent people. So if you're willing to stop the killing, the United States is willing to be a partner for peace. That's been the proposal to the Russians.
We got three correspondents looking ahead to this phone call. John Hendren is in Kyiv. Yulia Shapovalova is standing by for us in Moscow. But first, let's go to Shihab Rattansi, who's standing by at the White House. So Shihab, this call due to start in, less than 40 minutes, 40, 50 minutes, something like that. To what degree might there be any expectation of progress, do you think? Okay, we don't have Shihab Rattansi right at this moment in time, so we'll try and get him in a moment or two. I think he might be back in touch now. Should we try and let him in again?
You were on air.
So Shihab, sorry, we lost you for a moment there. My question was, to what degree do you think there might be any expectation of progress here?
So on the one hand, we have Donald Trump's Truth Social post on Saturday, where he said, hopefully it will be a productive day, a ceasefire will take place, and this very violent war, a war that should never have happened, will end. God bless us all. But then J.D. Vance, in those comments that you just played on his plane trip back to the US from the Vatican, was also stressing, though, that this was a conversation to really understand Vladimir Putin's motivations, whether he's serious about reaching some sort of ceasefire and some sort of peace deal. And Vance did actually say, look, if this doesn't seem to be progressing, then the US would walk away. This is Biden's war. This is Putin's war. It's not our war. So that seems to be how the conversation is being framed. Donald Trump trying to understand what Putin wants, Vladimir Putin wants, whether he's serious about peace. We've seen various Donald Trumps over the last few months, from February in the Oval Office with Volodymyr Zelensky basically saying, look, you don't have any cards to play. You've got to try and reach a deal as soon as possible with Vladimir Putin that would be relatively conciliatory to Russia. And then we've seen since late April elements of frustration creeping into President Trump's discourse on Ukraine, saying that, Vladimir Putin has to stop his deadly attacks on Kyiv. So it's just all a matter of which Donald Trump shows up today and whether he believes then that he's not being strung along, but that there is some sort of chance for a deal in the near future.
Shihab, thanks for that. Shihab Rattansi there. Let's cross now to Yulia Shapovalova, who's in Moscow. So from President Putin's perspective, what will he be hoping to achieve from this phone call, do you think?
Well, it seems like President Putin believes in his stronger position in the Ukrainian conflict. He believes that Russia is capable of establishing control over 4 regions that Moscow considers its very own territory, even though they're only partially taken under Russia's control. Analysts here allege that Putin will probably try to convince Donald Trump not to support a 30-day unconditional ceasefire, to convince Trump to stop arms supplies to Ukraine, or at least reduce them, to ask Trump to stop supplying intelligence to the Ukrainian army, and discuss joint business projects between Russia and the United States, as well as to begin the process of lifting sanctions against Russia, and discuss possible meeting in person between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Meanwhile, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov has said that the conversation between the two leaders, of course, very important, and it will take into account the results of the talks in Istanbul, which took place last Friday. So during the talks, Russia put forward a number of demands in order to stop the fire. Those demands are neutral status for Ukraine. So basically, Russia insists that should be no foreign troops or weapons of mass destruction in Ukraine. Ukraine should not claim war reparations from Moscow and Crimea, and 4 other regions must be recognized internationally as part of Russia. Ukraine must withdraw troops from those 4 regions that Russia considers its own territory in accordance with its constitution, but which Russia does not control entirely. Those regions are Lugansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. And those demands mean capitulation for Ukraine, and of course it considers them absolutely unacceptable.
Julia, thanks for that. That's a picture in Moscow. Yulia Shapovalova reporting. Let's cross from Moscow to Kyiv. John Hendren is standing by. So, John, we had that so-called low-level meeting in Istanbul, which President Zelensky was none too happy about. What will he be hoping comes out of this series of phone calls?
Well, Volodymyr Zelensky has been clear about articulating exactly what he wants. He's been on message, and he says the 2 things that he wants most of all are a ceasefire for 30 days. That was a proposal that both he and European leaders made, and that he wants continued pressures, more sanctions and other kinds of pressure placed on Russia to try to get them at the table. And he says that meeting in Istanbul was a disappointment because there were low-level officials who, in his words, didn't have the authority to make any decisions. And he says that proves that Russia is not serious about these peace talks. But he says a few things came out of that. He said Ukraine was able to demonstrate its commitment to peace. He said that the prisoner swap of 1,000 prisoners on each side, that was a good thing. But he said work still needs to be done on the ceasefire and on pressure on Russia. And those are points that he reiterated on Sunday to J.D. Vance, the American vice president, and to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He said that was a good talk, which is a lot of progress because his last talk with J.D. Vance was Vance berating him in front of television cameras and the world. But he said this was a good talk. They'd agreed that progress had been made, and he's going to continue pressing for a ceasefire for 30 days and for pressure on Russia. But the fact that Trump is talking to Putin first and Zelensky second, that is not good news here in Ukraine. They don't want to be presented with Russian demands. They want the U.S. to press their demands on Russia.
All right, John, thanks for that. John Hendren there in Kyiv. Well, since Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, countries around the world have imposed more than 15,000 sanctions on Moscow. That's the most for any country. Major Russian banks have been blocked from the SWIFT international financial system, and around $300 billion in foreign reserves.
Okay, so what we're going to do is do a little bit of a market update again. We are 3 minutes before open. Gush is trading at 22.77. That's the long for oil exploration and producers. DRIP is the short for that. That's trading at 10.06. UCO, which is an ETF that trades closely with oil, that closed at 21.30. Natural gas futures is trading at 3.16. We were trading last week at around 3.4, 3.5. Not that long ago, it was at 3.6. So we're at 3.16 right now. So natural gas is selling off. There's actually increases in inventory in natural gas. And BITO is down today. Bitcoin, I think, is trading at around 102. Let's take a look. Yeah, 102.5 right now. So Bitcoin is going up and down. Last night it traded as hot. Intraday trading last night was around 107 and it came back down. So there's definitely stress or resistance points for Bitcoin. So let's talk about some of those resistance points for a second before we open up the markets here. The S&P 500 support levels are at 5,750 and 5,500. Right now, the equity futures is trading at 5,911. Resistance level, 6,000. Oil, major support level based on the Fib sequence of 61% retracement, 54. Resistance level, 65 and 68.5. We're trading right now at 61.80. Oil's most likely going to be trading in a range at about the 60 level up to about 63, 64 and bounce around for a while. BITO support level is 21.48. But right now we're at intraday for after hours. We're at approximately 21.63. So we're above this support level. But I think that's going to be tested. It may break the 21.48 for BITO. Now for support, we have another support level at 20. That would happen if Bitcoin broke 100,000 and started trading at around 98. Resistance level, we have a major resistance level at 22.5. Okay, with that, that's the markets right now. Markets just opened up. They just opened up. So we are trading for the S&P 500 trading at 5,900. VIX is trading at 1918. As long as we're trading below 20, that's okay. Hopefully that stays below 20. I'd like to see around 18, 17, maybe even 16. Euro USD trading at 112. Oil's trading at 61.79. And BITO is trading at 61.62. USD, Japanese yen, is trading below 145. It's trading at 144.9. I'd like to see it above 145 to get that stress out of the international markets. Natural gas is trading at 3.16 and UCO is trading at 21.20. Gush, 22.02 and DRIP is trading at 1040. There's a jump in DRIP. Again, Gush is the long for the energy companies and explorers and DRIP is the short. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg for a second here. But before we do that, please help support the work I do. All right, all these videos and this information I'm giving you and how to enter the market and what's going on in the world is all for free. I have thousands of videos out there for free. So please help support the work by getting the great products that I offer. These are products that will actually help to improve your health, improve your immune system, improve your endocrine system, improve different targeted areas of your body so you have longevity and slow down the aging process. These are things that I use, and I'm telling you what the protocol is to actually improve and slow down that aging process and boost up that immune system. So a great product that I have in my store is the structural nano silver soaps. I have 4 different varieties. You can get it in lavender, peppermint, and you can also get it in charcoal, tea tree, and lemongrass. So very high quality structural nano silver soaps. Get a few bars for your household, help support the work that I do, and help support your health and wellness. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount, the number 5, you get $5 off any order. I also have great structural nano silver toothpaste. This is a toothpaste that will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce gum inflammation, help the health of your gum line. And by using this toothpaste, you are improving your oral hygiene. It's a much better toothpaste than what's out there at the store, all right? At the grocery store or at the drugstore, wherever you get your toothpaste. This is the best toothpaste that you can get. I'm not joking. It's a little bit more expensive, but this is the best toothpaste. You can't find anything better than this. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It has structural nano silver in it. So it's going to neutralize the bacteria that creates the plaque. And not only that, with good oral hygiene, you are reducing the chances of valvular disease and cardiovascular disease. So it's really important to have good oral hygiene. So please go to my store, get the best toothpaste that you can buy, get a few tubes for your household, help support your health and help support the work that I do. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Back to Bloomberg.
Speed breaks are on. yet they think they're in a holding pattern.
Jamie,
so that's where potential for a policy misuse.
GETTR on Jamie Patton. Thank you so much for TCW this morning. Paul, I haven't heard more gracious criticism of the Fed like this morning.
Yeah, exactly.
People are killing themselves trying not to be mean-spirited about it, but they're taking them to task.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. See what they do the remainder of the year.
We're trading down negative 208, SPX negative 53, NASDAQ down 1.2%. On YouTube, subscribe to Bloomberg Podcasts.
All right, so what I want to do is take a look at some of the news. Let's talk about the issue with Biden. Biden has prostate cancer. Now, this is my take on it, okay? You have, there are several ways to determine if someone may be developing prostate cancer. One is the rectal exam to determine if there is growths that are taking place in the prostate. Now, men have two problems with the prostate, typically when they get older. And that is a growing prostate that's benign, or the potential where it can be cancerous, all right? So you can have benign prostatic hyperplasia. So you can have a growing prostate that is inhibiting the flow of the urine. And that can be treated, you know, and many males get this, especially when they get older. But then there is the more problematic one, and that is actually prostate cancer. Now, there's a test that there's the PSA test that you measure concentrations and over time if it's elevating, not just absolute concentration, but what's more important is it elevating? And if it is elevating over a certain time series, then you automatically start doing radiological scans of the pelvic area to determine the size of the prostate, different coloration of the prostate with the radiological scan, and do biopsies, determine if there is a spreading that could be taking place in the bone or in the lymph nodes. So usually when it's been around for a while, the prostate cancer, then it will start to invade other tissues. It could invade the bladder, it can invade the bone, it can go into the lymph nodes, it could get all over the place. And if it gets into the lymph nodes, then you're talking about the brain, it can go into the liver, it can go everywhere, all right? So that's the reason why it's so important to get a PSA, especially when you're older. Now, he had the best healthcare on the planet, all right? Literally, presidents, the Pope, these types of individuals, there is nothing that is not provided for them in terms of screening and, overall healthcare and treatment of whatever they may have. They get the best, the top of the line. There is no way that a vice president or a president does not have a year after year data point for PSA. There is no way, all right? Vance has it. Trump has it. They all have this PSA test, all right? So now you got to remember, Biden was VP under Obama. So, and Obama came into office in 2009, right? He was elected in 2008, but he comes into office in 2009. The vice president would have had a test annually, going all the way back to 2009. Now, he may have had normal at that age group concentration for PSA, and that's okay. But the point I'm making is there's a long data set. And that it goes in, so you're 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. All right. He gets out of 2016. He gets out of office in 2017 as VP. All right. He's still getting good health care. So he's getting a PSA test during the Trump administration, first term. So he's lots of data points there. There is, and then as president, there is zero probability that they missed this. They were hiding. Biden had cancer when he was in office. I am dead positive about that. There is no possible way to have an aggressive prostate cancer that reached the bone, and you have a Gleason score at 9 and a grade of 5, which is really bad, all of a sudden. There is zero probability of that. They were hiding. Now the question is, does his dementia, is that potentially a side effect of the drugs that he was taking? It's very possible that he felt fatigued and that his memory and clarity faltered because of the medication he was on. It could very well be. And that may explain why he had these moments in time where he was lucid. So the White House was hiding. Now, it could be that he has dementia on top of the prostate cancer. That's possible. But there is definitely, the White House was hiding something. He had prostate cancer in office at the very least in 2024. At the very least. Now, the prostate cancer doesn't just pop up. It's a slow progression, and then it starts to advance. So they would have noticed that the PSA levels were starting to elevate. Now it's not linear. Okay, at the very beginning, it's like linear. It's like it just elevates a little bit over those time series. Now you remember those time series at the very least starts when he becomes VP. Now he was a major senator. All right. So I'm sure he had PSA data going all the way back before then. All right. But the point that I'm making is, let's just say he had no PSA data until he gets into office as VP. Well, that's 2009. There's a lot of data there. All right. So what happens is you may be normal, and it's just elevating a little bit. It looks kind of linear. And then all of a sudden, it starts to accelerate, and then it hockey sticks. Okay? It's not a linear. The point I'm making is not linear. It's linear at the very beginning, and then all of a sudden it starts to ramp up. But he's getting data at the very least every year. It could be every 6 months. All right? There is zero probability that you get Gleason 9, grade 5, all of a sudden and didn't know about it a year ago or 2 years ago, because he would have had an elevated PSA in 2023 or 2022 that was problematic, and that would have automatically warranted radiological scans and biopsy. So someone's lying. Someone is lying. All right. So is it that his dementia was caused by the medication? Is it possible that the cancer is actually in his brain too? It's possible. No one said anything about that. Did they even look? And, or what was it something where it's prostate cancer, aggressive, and further complication with another disease such as dementia. That's possible too. The two things are happening at the same time. But there is zero probability that he did not know that he had prostate cancer while he was in office. This guy, there's a major cover-up in terms of his health in the White House. I'm willing to bet that Trump has elevated PSA, but just because you have an elevated PSA doesn't mean that, you know, you have to, jump off a cliff or anything. It just means that you have to be vigilant. Do the radiological scans, do the biopsy, pay attention to what's going on, just watch it, all right? And if it starts to accelerate, then you start to make your move. But you don't go from where he's at without having other data points, the type of person being the president of the United States and having data points in prior years. Those data points would have shown that he had an elevated PSA that was accelerating. It's either the White House is lying or his physician is totally incompetent. I don't think his physician is totally incompetent. All right. So the White House lied. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. They didn't want to tell because that would force him out. And maybe he also had the cognitive problem too. But I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out some years later that he was on medication during the election that actually made him tired and caused cognitive dysfunction. All right. With that said, let's go to Peter Doocy.
News alert. Messages of support are rolling in from around the country after former President Biden announced he's been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Our senior White House correspondent, Peter Doocy, is here with.
He announced that he was diagnosed with
from a newly formed.
Okay. He announced that he had aggressive prostate cancer. I'm sure that he was diagnosed a long time ago. I'm willing to bet he was diagnosed in 2024, maybe even 2023.
Correspondent Peter Doocy is here with the latest. Peter?
Good morning. And the first ever email we received from a newly formed Biden personal office was about this cancer diagnosis. Part of their note said he was diagnosed with prostate cancer characterized by a Gleason score of 9 with metastasis to the bone. While this represents...
That is impossible for that to automatically happen and not have some data showing that that was the direction that he was going years ago. It doesn't pop up like that. There would have been data in 2024, 2023, 2022 showing this elevation in PSA. It's impossible. They're lying.
A more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective.
Most of these cancers are hormone sensitive. So you have something called metastatic hormone sensitive prostate cancer. Okay. And so what happens is that there are different drugs that you can take that actually try to shut down the attachment of testosterone or reduce testosterone. So there's these different drugs, and there is even a second generation of drugs out there that will help to inhibit the binding of the testosterone on the receptors. Another is to play around with LH. And LH, you can have an antagonist or an agonist. And what happens is that if you produce more LH, you will be able to produce more testosterone, but there's a feedback loop that will eventually lead to lower testosterone. So there's something called a testosterone flare. And then there's other drugs that you can use an agonist where it's shutting down the LH, and that will reduce the testosterone level. But he most likely were on these drugs in 2024. There is zero. Normally how it works is you have your PSA starts to go up and then you do radiological scans. You do radiological scans and biopsy and it'll come up positive. There is zero chance that this just happened. They're leaking this out to hide something.
Management. President Trump's reaction to that. Melania and I are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's recent medical diagnosis. We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and the family, and we wish Joe a fast and successful recovery. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, says Jeanette and I are united in prayer for the Biden family during this difficult time.
You know, what's more important, yes, having statements, wishing well the former vice president, that's all fine and dandy. But people need to put on the common sense hat. When did they know? Who knew and when did they know it? When did the doctor know that his PSA levels were rising? What's the multiple year data set? And if he wasn't radiologically scanned and biopsied when those PSA numbers were elevating at an accelerated rate as president, that's almost like a major failure of his medical care team. So someone's lying here. Someone's lying. There's no way that a president would not have had a PSA, especially when you're 80 years old. No way. There's no way that they weren't watching this. He had it for a while. So why isn't Marco Rubio saying, I wish you well, but why did you lie to the American public during the election? Why did your healthcare team lie? And no one really knows what cancer the king has, to my knowledge. I haven't been following up on it, but to my knowledge, no one knows what kind of cancer he has. And because of the turbo cancers, as an aftershock from the 2020 crisis, either through the pathogen or through the inoculation, we don't know if this has been exacerbated because of the crisis, which I highly suspect it is. I wouldn't be surprised if the king has prostate cancer, bone, metastasized prostate cancer.
Kamala Harris says Joe is a fighter, and I know he will face this challenge with the same strength, resilience, and optimism that have always defined his life and leadership. We are hopeful for a fast and speedy recovery.
There is a major cover-up here. Major cover-up. Major cover-up. And, the thing is that they're going to get away with it. You know why they're going to get away with it? Because the majority of the public in the United States are a bunch of fucking fools.
And then Barack Obama says nobody's done more to find breakthrough treatments for cancer in all its forms than Joe. I'm certain he will fight this challenge. In office, but most of it focused on cognitive abilities and whether or not the Parkinson's specialist who kept getting cleared into the White House was treating the president. There were a lot fewer questions about cancer screenings, especially after July 21st of last year, when he said he was not going to seek a second term. Friday, we all heard that Robert Hur audio come out.
They automatically screen for PSA when you're that old. Get real, dude. I mean, this is the land of the stupid. It's the land of the lost, the land of the stupid. Now, this should be a PSA, right? A public service announcement. All right. Guys, once you turn 45, 50, depending on your diet and your overall health. But once you turn 50, you need to start paying attention to prostate health. That means making sure you're getting screened and making sure that those PSA tests are being taken. Now, just an elevated level doesn't mean that you have it. But what it is it launches follow-ups to see if the PSA is elevating. If it is, then it's going to launch radiological scans and biopsies. And you catch it early, you live. If you don't catch it early, you get metastasized cancer. So guys, listen, pay attention. Cancer screening catching it early is the best, has the highest efficacy in terms of curability than any drug out there. Catching it early, screening, and those are radiological screens, those are blood tests, those are biopsies. Catching cancer early increases your chances for survival and curability radically. You let it fester and your chances go down dramatically. People like this that have a Gleason score of 9 and a grade of 5 that's metastasized to the bone have probably about 720 days to live. That's about it. Maybe 1,000 days.
And the Biden office was quiet about it. Now we know Friday is also the day they got news from the doctor about this diagnosis. Back to you.
All right, well, our thoughts and prayers are with his family. We definitely don't wish this on anyone. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Peter. All right, let's bring in Fox News senior medical analyst, Dr. Mark Siegel, to respond to this. Dr. Siegel, we got word about this yesterday. Your reaction to how advanced it seems.
So he's going to talk about the ADT, the antigen, reduction therapy. And there's different ways. The different ways to block the testosterone. You can block it through the receptor to prevent the receptor from being activated. You can block it from, producing testosterone. So, but it looks like he's going to, most likely he's going to have is radiation therapy and ADT.
Really, really surprising that it's this advanced at the time of diagnosis. Now, you can miss prostate cancer, but most of the time regular screening picks it up. A sitting president, I would expect to have advanced screening.
And not only that, he has a long data set. It's not the sitting president. He was a sitting VP. All right, back during Obama's administration, there's a long data set here. And I'm sure he was getting screened for PSA even during the Trump administration, the first term. All right. The point that I'm making here is there is lots of data here going all the way back to at the very minimum, going back to 2009.
Would not be subject to debate what kind of screening. You do a PSA for sure. Every year on a
Would a
president.
PSA test have picked that up?
Not all the time, but there's other tests that we do that are several different kinds of tests you can do in addition to the PSA. But the PSA would pick it up the majority of the time.
Right.
If he's diagnosed by somebody feeling a nod,
it's not just taking the PSA and measuring the concentrations. It's also looking at the rate of movement, just like in a stock chart. It's about the rate of movement. It's the velocity of it. All right. What's the velocity? Is it increasing? Is it decreasing? When you're taking these tests, because when it's starting to spread, that PSA number is going to start to go up. But as it's spreading, it's also the PSA number is accelerating its concentrations relative to the prior the previous time point. So it's acceleration. It's how fast is this increasing, and what are the concentration levels? If you just look at the concentration level, you don't know. That may be within a normal range for that person if you only have one data point. You need a couple data points. But the point I'm making here is that because he was a VP and a president, there's lots of data out there for him. There's a huge data curve for that PSA number. And what you probably would have seen is that while he was VP, he was at a normal level for his age group. And then it started to tick up in 2020 and started radically moving upward in 2023, 2024. He had cancer while he was president.
well, that's not these days the way we do it most of the time. Also, most of the time prostate cancer is diagnosed without symptoms. It has to get really pretty far advanced usually before you could have urinary symptoms.
Right, exactly. The urinary symptoms are usually with BPH, right? Which is benign and it can be treated, right? It's just hyperplasia. the prostate, but prostate cancer is something different. All right. So, but even if he didn't have symptoms as president or vice president, right, the PSA level would have been elevating. That's the key point. And then with an elevated PSA level, especially if it's accelerating, they would have done radiological scans and they would have seen it right away on an MRI. It would be like that. They would just like, yep, that's it. And treat him right away. He was being treated. There's something more to this story here. There's something more to this story.
Leading towards urinary retention. Thank God they found it. He's a fighter. He's been through a tremendous amount in his life, non-politically, we're talking, you know, with his son, with his wife, with his daughter.
2 aneurysms.
2 aneurysms, atrial fibrillation. You know, he's been through a lot health-wise, but I am absolutely shocked that they didn't find this earlier.
Dr. Siegel, now that we know it's metastasized, it's in his bone, how long has this cancer been in his body?
Years.
Well, it's aggressive, Ainsley, which means that it's moving pretty fast. But I can't tell you for sure, but he didn't just get this overnight. He's had this for months and months. Even if it is aggressive, it's a Gleason 9, which means under the microscope, group 5, under the microscope, it's quite aggressive. They find that it's responsive to anti-testosterone type therapy. We have that. We have it in oral form now. We have it in an injectable form. So he will probably get that treatment. He should get personalized treatment too.
That's the drugs that he's talking about is the ADT with the LH agonists and the LH antagonists.
A lot of debate about whether you should do surgery, whether you should do radiation, what you should do to that bone metastasis. The fact that there's only one is better than if there was more than that. That's good. He has to be monitored very, very closely. Again, he needs a personalized approach.
So what do you do about the spreading to the bone?
Well, usually you would just give the anti-hormone therapy, hope it shrinks. Maybe you would radiate that lesion to the bone. We now have the most focused radiation. Over the last 5 years, the entire treatment for prostate cancer has changed, but still his 5-year survival rate might be under 50%, even with all of that. But the key here.
2 years, 2 years, that's it, or less.
Charlie, is early response. Will he have early response? They're going to see in the first 6 months how he does with this initial therapy. But again, I can't emphasize enough 2 things. Personalized approach. I might say hormone therapy. They might be saying hormone therapy, but with a former president, they might do a smattering of things. And 2, early diagnosis is key for everyone out there, every male out there.
It's going to be surgical, it's going to be radiological, and it's going to be pharmaceutical.
The age of 45, get your prostate checked. And I personally don't say a certain age is too old. I say keep going.
Would you, what's the prognosis here? Is he going to have to do chemo? You mentioned radiation, have the prostate removed. What would you recommend if this were your relative?
Well, I would recommend all of those options being on the table. Right now, these days, we do a team approach. Radiation oncology is really strong, by the way, at NYU. That's a huge possible approach. The hormone therapy, because again, if it's dependent on testosterone, you can block testosterone production in the body. That's a big part of the approach. A lot of surgeons would take out this prostate. You can do it robotically now, you know, like literally with a tiny incision and almost no blood loss. Dr. Tiwari over at Mount Sinai, one of the best in the country, the father-in-law of Vivek Ramaswamy, one of the best in the country. We have great prostate surgeons at NYU around the country that could take this out. Maybe as part of the treatment.
Right.
Like hormone therapy for sure.
Do you think they should be public what his treatment is?
I think they should be public at exactly when this was diagnosed. Brian, we were talking last week about when were the cognitive issues diagnosed. I want to know when this was found exactly.
We know how many visits Dr. Connor's made to the White House over and over again, correct?
I want to know why. I want to know exactly when this was found. I'm believing them it was just found, but then it's found advanced. You know, I have to believe them, but I want full disclosure here, and I would like to.
If they just found it, that means that doctor was incompetent. I don't think they just found it. I don't think his doctor was incompetent. They were hiding. He had cancer while he was running for president, and they knew it.
disappointment, because look, this isn't England where they don't tell us even what type of cancer the person has. We want to use this for teaching, to teach people out there what they should do. They're looking at the former leader of the free world. President Trump was really kind about saying he's saddened, Melania's saddened, we're all saddened, but now we need to learn from it so that we can use it to teach our own patients.
Is he in any pain?
Well, he's going to be in pain from that bone lesion. That's why they got to shrink that as soon as possible. They're going to have to use pain meds. They want to probably radiate that. They got to get that shrunk down to decrease the pain.
All right, Dr. Siegel, we'll talk to you again. Thanks so much.
Good to see you.
Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And clip.
They knew. They knew. They're hiding. All right, let's take a look at another video here. What's going on here? Let's go to Fox Business. They're talking about Trump stated this will end one of two ways. Former NSC senior director warns.
Need it quick? Get it now. Shop thousands of items in stock and ready for delivery in 3 days or less at Raymore and Flanagan. With white.
Welcome back. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff says any deal between the U.S. and Iran must include an agreement against enriching uranium, calling it, quote, a very clear red line. Now, Iran's supreme leader launched a tirade against President Trump on Saturday over the weekend, saying this: Trump said he wants to use power for peace. He's lying. Iran's foreign minister dismissed the threats from the Trump administration against nuclear enrichment, writing this on X. If the U.S. is interested in ensuring that Iran will not have nuclear weapons, a deal is within reach, and we are ready for a serious conversation. Enrichment in Iran, however, will continue with or without a deal. Joining me now is former Senior Director for National Security Council and Principal Architect of the Abraham Accords, Robert Greenway. Robert, thanks very much for joining us this morning. What is your reaction to this hostility from Iran?
Well, it's great to be with you. Thanks for having me on, Maria. I think the president has again concluded that enrichment equals weaponization. And so that appears to be where the current talks are headed, at an impasse between Iran's insistence and belligerence and insisting that it must maintain the right to enrich, which isn't required for any peaceful nuclear program. But that, of course, is not what Iran has. Iran's ambitions are clear. They resurrected their nuclear program, and they're in a race to do it, closer now than they've ever been. And President Trump resurrecting his calls for the end of the JCPOA in 2016, and his first administration recognizing that as long as Iran maintains the capacity to enrich uranium, they'll have a pathway to a nuclear weapon. That's on full display now that 14,000 centrifuges allowed to be retained during the JCPOA are back in operation, and it brought Iran to the threshold.
Yeah, it sure did. And you know, for a minute there, we thought that we were actually seeing, you know, some direct talks and an opportunity for the United States to quiet down Iran. And yet now with this belligerent conversation that they're going to continue enriching uranium with or without, the U.S. is okay on this.
Yeah, as the president stated, this is going to end one of two ways, either with cooperation or coercion. And in the end, the United States has demonstrated a capacity to do it, and this president means it, unlike the previous administration that appeased them with unlimited access to resources. And look, they're enriching now to 60%, not required by a civil nuclear program. Important to remember, it's not a 90% threshold that we're worried about. The bomb we dropped on Hiroshima was majority enriched to 50%, only a fraction at 80%. They're already there. And developing a delivery system that's capable of reaching the United States. The threat couldn't be more real, and time is of the essence on this. And the president's trip to the Middle East shored up support for the United States and our partnership with partners and allies, an all-important signal to Iran as we get now down to the threshold in the end, perhaps, of these negotiations.
Well, I think this is a very key point that you make, Robert. The fact that President Trump had such a successful trip in the Middle East last week had to send messages to Iran. Liz Peek, jump in here. Iran had to be watching that trip and saying, okay, there are red lines even with our allies here in the Middle East.
Yeah, Robert, it seems to me two things. One, the breakthrough with Syria is incredibly important as it continues to ring fence Iran, which is great. But secondly, why would we go back to a situation where Iran is going to have to comply with strictures on what they're doing in terms of nuclear enrichment, what they're using it for? We know even the Europeans now have admitted that they cheated throughout the entire JCPOA. They pretended they weren't enriching uranium for military purposes. We now know that they were doing that. What's changed? Why could we believe them now?
Robert?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, and look, not only are they enriching at unprecedented levels and developing a delivery system and a nascent ICBM, they're also engaged in regional terrorism and bear culpability for the attacks of October the 7th. And so the Houthis' attacks on Israel that sustained, the attacks against commercial shipping are all bearing the hallmarks of Iranian sponsorship of regional terrorism. And so that is, I think, more than sufficient evidence to conclude that if they were in possession of a nuclear weapon, they might well use it. As recently as November of 2023, Khamenei, the supreme leader in Iran, stated that death to America is not a slogan. It is their stated policy. And it's not the first time he said it. And it's certainly genuine. And again, the president's Mideast trip accomplished a number of objectives, not least of which is restoring American control over global energy markets, which is critical message to Iran that they no longer will benefit by management and also by unprecedented prices for oil. But it also sends a signal to Moscow that they're no longer going to enjoy the same benefits as an oil exporter, and a message to Beijing that they're no longer going to be unrestricted access to Middle Eastern resources. All of that was on display for the president's trip.
Yeah, that is such a great point. That is just genius. You're right. Meanwhile, the peace talks between Israel and Hamas apparently resuming on Saturday in Qatar. The release of 10 living hostages and a temporary 2-month halt in the fighting now on the negotiating table. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed that 20 hostages are currently alive in Gaza. And the Wall Street Journal reported that before Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel, the terrorist group head, the Gaza chief, told associates, quote, an extraordinary act would be required to derail talks between Israel and Saudi Arabia, which is incredible. Right before the October 7th attacks, this, as new reports show, Israeli and Syrian officials have been holding secret talks on the possibility of Syria joining the Abraham Accords, Robert. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I think the comments made in response to the president's decision are right in recognizing, one, that the United States insisted that Russia not be allowed a foothold back into Syria, Iran not be restored, and that they don't engage in terrorist acts. And then if that were to happen, then we would withhold enforcement of sanctions applied against Syria. I think it's a message to our partners and allies in the regions that the United States will listen and work with them and that there's hope. But I think, again, trust has not been earned, nor is it warranted under the circumstances. And I don't suspect necessarily he'll be able to deliver on it, but I think it's worth a shot. And the president has always been inclined to prefer diplomacy instead of the use of force.
President Trump spoke about the Abraham Accords while he was on the ground in the Middle East this week. Here's the president on that. Watch.
I especially want to thank and congratulate the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain for their vision and courage in signing the historic Abraham Accords, but in the future we'll continue that progress by adding more countries to the Abraham Accords. We have 4, and I think they're going to be filling up very rapidly.
Robert, what is most hopeful here? When might we see another country join the Abraham Accords, and would the Saudis do it?
I think there's no question that it's going to happen. My bet is it's going to happen earlier rather than later in this second Trump administration. It's great to see him pick up exactly where he left off and build on the foundations of his legacy foreign policy achievement. There's no question it's going to happen. And I think Iran, of course, has to be probably resolved before expansion can occur, but it's going to happen and going to happen soon.
Meanwhile, President Trump I mean, he's doing so much at once. He's got a phone call scheduled today with Vladimir Putin at 10 a.m. He will also then separately speak with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Russia, meanwhile, launched one of the largest drone barrages into Ukraine since the invasion began, Robert. So, where are we on this, and what should we expect from this phone call with Putin today?
I think the president's patience is wearing thin, and it's small wonder. Putin has demonstrated that he has very little interest in allowing this conflict to end anytime soon, which means I think that the president may issue a final warning before really turning the economic screws to Putin. He posted economic growth, the GDP growth of 4.1% last year, a point better thanks to Biden appeasement and slack enforcement of sanctions. So I think that could come to an end if the president decides that Putin is no longer interested in achieving a ceasefire under the current conditions, and I think that's very likely to occur.
Well, is there anything you want to say about China here? Because it seems like China, on the one hand claims that, okay, we're taking the tariffs down for this 90-day pause. And on the other hand, it's complicit supporting all of the U.S.'s adversaries, whether it be Russia, Iran, North Korea.
There's no question about it. And I think the president recognizes that the strategic imperative in negotiations with either Iran or with Russia all come back to China. He cannot allow cooperation to exist between Russia and China, nor between Iran and China. And I think that's exactly why he's pressing on all fronts simultaneously.
Yeah, Robert, it's great to get your insight.
All right. So we're going to go back to Bloomberg here, but just getting back to Biden here. He definitely had it. He had it and they knew it and they were hiding. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Myotrol. Myotrol is going to help you build muscle and maintain muscle. Once you turn about age 40, you start to have the inability to build muscle like you were when you were younger. And it's due to the normal aging process where certain genes are methylated. When you start to age, your genes start to get methylated and acylated, and certain genes turn on, certain genes turn off. And over time, you will have a reduction in certain proteins that will normally help with your health that you would have been expressing when you were younger. So over time, you have genes that get methylated. This is one of the ways to determine for biometrics how old you are. All right. There are people that are in their 50s or 60s that actually have gene expression that's like their 30s because they were able to slow down the methylation process. If you pay attention to me, that's what the anti-aging protocol does in a nutshell. But the whole point here is to slow down the methylation process. And so you have the most that you can for youthful gene expression, okay? So when we get older, age 40, we start to not be able to build muscle and maintain muscle. And our mitochondrial health starts to go down. So you have to start applying a holistic approach and proper supplementation to be able to slow down that methylation process. And in some cases, in some tissues, you can reverse it. Now, Myotrol, all right, Myotrol will help with gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. Do resistance training, take Myotrol every day. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help you build that muscle, maintain that muscle, but you have to do resistance training. And you'll also notice that your energy levels are going to be going up. It helps with mitochondrial health. It's very important to take if you're 40 years of age or older. Now, if you're an athlete, younger or older, taking Myotrol will help you to build muscle and to gain strength in your sport. So you can take this if you're an athlete, young or older, or if you're 40 years of age and not an athlete. So take Myotrol every day, build that muscle, maintain that muscle, and help with your mitochondrial health. Now, it's important to realize, not only is there lots of research coming into the mainstream from anti-aging and longevity research and how the body heals itself, but also the research from extreme sports like triathlons or Tour de France or marathons or Olympic athletes. Sports medicine and the research in sports medicine, coupled with anti-aging research, work together. All right. So, for example, low-dose hormonal therapy for people that are in their geriatric years can help their body as they age. Now, that same treatment would be illegal in a sport because that would be sport enhancement. But the point I'm making is that you can take knowledge from sports medicine and knowledge from aging research and apply it to slow down the aging process for the average person. So just pay attention to me. I'll tell you how to stack these things, slow down that methylation process. But it's a holistic approach. You got to do some weight training and take the Cottrell and you'll build muscle. If you stack this with gladiator barley, which is a high density protein that helps to bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals and detoxify your body, you'll build muscle even faster, even when you're older. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Cottrell. And by the way, the more muscle you have, the better your blood glucose levels are. Turmeric. Turmeric will bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. Really important. It helps boost up that immune system. It helps your cardiovascular system because by bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup. And bringing down inflammation after a workout, you recover quicker. If you're not feeling well and you're bringing down that inflammation, you actually heal faster. All right. And turmeric will, at higher doses, can alleviate some of the issues with arthritis. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the turmeric, bring down inflammation. If you are chronically inflamed, there's a chronic inflammation that's taking place systemically in your body. Your immune system is down and your body will age faster. By bringing down the inflammation, you're actually slowing down the aging process, boosting up your immune system and improving your cardiovascular health. That's why I keep on telling everybody, take turmeric every day. And another great supplement that I have that helps with cardiovascular health is nattokinase. Nattokinase is something that you should be taking every day. It helps to break up clots. It's fibrinolytic. But it also helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So if you take this on a regular basis with some other supplements like omega-3 and proper diet and exercise, you're reducing your LDL levels. You're increasing your HDL levels. You're improving your lipid profile and you're reducing plaque buildup. Because when you reduce the chances of further plaque buildup, your overall cardiovascular health will improve. Now, again, it's a holistic approach, proper diet, proper exercise, and proper supplementation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the nattokinase. And like I said, in terms of cardiovascular health, stacking turmeric that brings down the inflammation and taking the nattokinase, which helps break up clots and improve your lipid profile, this is a cardiovascular stack. So please go to my, and it helps to improve your immune system too. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this stack on my store. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. All right, let's go to Bloomberg here.
That is down 0.4%. You know what they make? Spangler Candy Company pushing back against the efforts by the government to ban artificial coloring. The company has tested natural dyes, but the CEO there says he's skeptical about the adoption. He has concerns about supply, consumer demand, what it's going to taste like, and also potential allergens in new natural colors. Spangler, by the way, is the company behind dum-dums, and sweethearts.
And candy
Love
canes.
those.
And candy canes and
Love
Neckos.
it.
Oh,
My
Neckos.
husband
Neckos.
loves Neckos.
Oh,
And
yes.
most importantly, Starburst. 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 We love the Starburst.
No natural coloring in
Wafers
that.
is an acquired taste. You either
It
have
is.
it, and I do. I'm all in. So
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg. Alex and Paul.
All right. Thanks so much, JT. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from our Interactive Broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube as well. And we're also running live on Bloomberg Originals. So check us out there. Very exciting. Okay, markets, the equity market not doing much, but it's the long end of the bond market that's getting hit pretty hard with yields moving higher. Carol Pepper, founder and CEO at Pepper International, joins us now. Carol, if we take a look at what's happening in the long end of the bond market, at what point do yields start to impact the equity market?
Well, I think we're not too far from it, but I think, again, people are sort of hoping that this will be a temporary spike. Everyone's talking about in 2011, the spike didn't last. So I think there's similarly people not wanting to be head faked, not wanting to think that it's going to get a lot worse than it is. The news has been known for a long time. It's not a huge surprise. It's disappointing, of course, and signals that at some point the U.S. has to get this deficit under control. But I think people are just kind of going to take it in stride. That's why you don't see the markets moving much today. There are other potential moves afoot. What's going to happen with the tariffs? What's going to happen with the tax bill? Is it actually going to get passed, and in what form? There are other more driving factors, I think, for the markets right now. This is just sort of a disappointing acknowledgement of reality.
Carol, I know that you and the family offices that you work with have for a long time been tech bulls. Do you use trading down days as an opportunity to add to those positions here? Do you still think tech can lead this market?
Absolutely. I don't know when. So it may not be this year, by the way. It may not be this year because there are other.
In terms of the 10-year treasury, the yield is trading at 4.521. And on the 16th, it was trading at 4.4. So it's not that big of a deal. It only went up a little bit more than 0.1. So 10 basis points. It's not that big of a deal.
Factors out of the hands of the market that are driving things, namely policies out of Washington. So as long as Washington's driving the bus right now, it's very hard for the markets to do anything other than react. As we, have seen, the Fed can only react. Everybody can only react at this point. However, that doesn't mean that Amazon isn't holding its value, that NVIDIA isn't holding its value, that Microsoft isn't holding its value. So if you're underweight in your tech positions because you felt it was too expensive before, this period might be a good time to get in on a fear day and up your positions a bit, because those are leaders and they will continue to lead.
We have a breaking headline here from Reuters saying that Nippon Steel is going to invest $14 billion in U.S. steel if Trump okays that takeover deal. According to reports, it will be about $4 billion for a new mill, a new steel mill. Let's take that in for a second.
Nice.
That'd be huge.
Yeah.
Carol, you mentioned tech, like buy on the dip, right? The valuations make sense. Do you feel like there is FOMO right now on tech?
Not yet, but I do think that there are people that missed it completely before, people that were extremely skeptical and are very underweight tech. So I don't know if it's FOMO, but I do think it's not a bad time to get in. And remember, things like AI and the IoT technology that is going to allow you to have data on every type of manufacturing that we do in the United States, thanks to these new manufacturing policies, we'll need AI, we'll need IoT sensors, we'll need all of the things that tech is building for us. And I can tell you that many family offices right now are actively investing in data centers. Data centers are being built all over the country. The municipal governments, for example, in the state of Oklahoma, the state governments are actively partnering with private sector to build more capacity for AI and technology in this country over the next 10, 24 months. So don't count tech out. It's not out at all. It's just a question of when the market starts driving rather than the policy.
Hey, Carol, there was a time earlier this year when the markets were really trying to digest all these new tariffs. People said, hey, how about the rest of the world? We saw a lot of capital flow from U.S. equity markets, bond markets, overseas, particularly to Europe. Is that something you think is still viable?
Yes, I do think that finally we'll see some movement in Europe. We've had, 10, 15, 20 years of U.S. exceptionalism when it to diversify that much outside of the U.S. But now Europe is looking more interesting again. They're uniting, they're actively rebuilding defense stocks, and they're trying to kind of take a bigger own. And I think that's an area where we can really potentially make some money this year. I don't think it's a bad thing that Europe is going to step up to the plate. United States for other reasons, and the first place they're going to go is Europe. It's perceived as less risky than, let's say, emerging markets or Asia. So yes, Europe is a good place if you're thinking of sticking your toe in the water of going outside the U.S. right now.
Very good. Carol, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Carol Pepper, founder and CEO of Pepper International. Right now we want to go down to Washington, D.C., geopolitics.
But Bloomberg News did have some pretty incredible reporting going into today that Vladimir Putin is going into this call feeling that he has the upper hand. Our reporting indicates that the Kremlin feels that it will be able to break through Ukraine's defense by the end of the year. Now, we should note that Western assessments don't align with that, but it sort of gives us some clues that going into this call, we're not really expecting Putin to make some meaningful concessions on the table. However, it could be sort of a kickstart to perhaps helping these negotiations move along.
I'm telling you, the off-ramp that Putin's not taking is very perplexing here. Trump has reached out to Putin saying, hey, you can de-escalate this. You can, consolidate some of the land that you took over during the war, and, hopefully there'll be lasting peace. Putin, I think he's making a strategic error here. But the thing is that it'll put Trump in a position and NATO into a position to harden their forces in NATO and further escalate the war with Russia. Putin should have taken the off ramp. This is it's a strategic error. He's betting. Now the question is why? Maybe. And it's plausible that if the war ends and, all the soldiers come back, and there's so many that don't come back home, that the real death toll will be realized with the population and potentially oust Putin. I don't think Putin is actually as stable. I don't think he has a stable government. I think he's worried of being overthrown.
Budget committee last night, these members of the House Freedom Caucus ultimately voted present. They didn't vote in favor of it. So while they do have some written commitments from House leadership that they would be in favor of moving forward the timeline when it comes to those work requirements and rolling back the IRA clean energy tax credits, ultimately no text of the actual bill has been changed yet. So these negotiations really are ongoing. And I was on Capitol Hill on Friday, and I actually caught up with Chip Roy, a Republican from Texas, perhaps one of the most vocal members of the House Freedom Caucus. And he told me he was pushing for those Medicaid requirements to start immediately. That would be considered a pretty ambitious timeline, and it would put Senate Republicans in a pretty tough spot. Not to mention, it would be a politically fraught issue for this White House. I did ask NEC Chair Kevin Hassett this morning if the White House would be in favor of moving up those work requirements, and he said whatever it takes to get the reconciliation package through. But there is still a lot of work that does need to be done. You mentioned it there. The House Rules Committee will vote 1 a.m. on Wednesday. So they basically have these next 2 days to hash out their disagreements in hopes for House Speaker Mike Johnson to get the bill on the floor by Thursday and passed by Memorial Day.
Do we have any information about how much President Trump is involved in these negotiations at this point, Tyler?
He's considered to be heavily involved. Of course, he was in the Middle East last week, but we did have Congressman Mike Lawler, part of the SALT caucus. Of course, that's still one of the big sticking points here that needs to get done. And is going to request a phone call with President Trump over the weekend. Now, President Trump has made his feelings known on Truth Social, urging Republicans to move forward and pass this bill. He did call members of the House Freedom Caucus last week grandstanders. It is clear this White House really is banking on this legislation to move forward with their economic agenda as they try to counter the narrative, particularly around tariffs, to try to spur some sort of tax incentives to get more money into consumers' pockets when it comes to the tax cuts. At this point, we're waiting to see who he calls first. The press secretary was asked directly in the briefing this morning if he had made any of those calls yet, and she said that she would not detail the president's private conversations.
All right, Tyler, thanks very much. Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Television, Washington correspondent, joining us on many, many things from the White House, and looking forward to President Trump and Putin call later on today. Right?
Yeah,
today?
To what extent President Trump is frustrated a little bit by the lack of progress in Ukraine. That was something he suggested he could get done very.
Again, I think that Putin not taking the off-ramp is a really bad idea. Really bad idea. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. All these videos I do are for free, and I'm going to be talking about the market shortly here. But please go to my store and help get the great products that I have. It'll help with your health and wellness and help support the work I do. So I have structural nanosilver gel in a tube form and also in a quick dispenser. Now, you use them the same way. They're dual purpose. You can use them as a daily skincare. You can use them as an aftershave. If you're sick or someone around you is sick at work or at home, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears, around your eyes, lightly coat your nostrils. It will be active for 5.5 hours. Really important stuff. All right. Way better than Perel. It will also help to heal your skin. You use it as a daily skincare. And it will help to heal wounds like cuts and abrasions, minor burns. So get this dual purpose product. Make sure you have some at work and at home. You never know when you need it. So please go to my store, get this structural nanosilver gel, either in the quick dispenser or in the tube form. Both are very high quality and you use them the same way. Having a foundation with probiotics and with multivitamins is really important to help with your protocol, your health protocol, your anti-aging protocol, your longevity protocol. This multivitamin is easy to digest and it has the cofactors for enzymatic activity. Your enzymes in your cell need to have cofactors like multivitamins to be able to have a confirmation, a structural confirmation to be able to perform properly. So that means that your cell's metabolism and cellular function and tissue function will improve. So take this multivitamin every day, drink it with filtered water, but this is a great foundation to build off of. All right, so go to my store, get this multivitamin, take it every day, and improve those enzymatic activities in your cell. Now, we were talking about probiotics, and I have two types. I have a powdered version that's not on my desk here, and a veggie cap version. I take the powdered version because I take many powders during my lunch, like collagen and gladiator barley, boomer boost, lignans. So take the probiotic either in the veggie cap form or in the powdered form. And by having a good probiotic, you're helping your gut biome be able to digest foods. You're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to bring down inflammation. You're going to help your immune system at the gut level. You're going to improve your communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You're going to be able to concentrate. You'll be less irritable. Your sleep patterns will be better. Your stool consistency will be better. And by taking a probiotic every day, what's going to happen is you're going to see other benefits like skin and hair and nail health will improve. So please go to my store, get the probiotic. It's It's a foundation. It's a great way to stack with the multivitamin as a foundation, and you build off of it. All right. So I take a probiotic and take the multivitamin every day. So please go to my store, use discount 5. You get that probiotic at a discount, or that multivitamin. Use the discount 5 on any order. I'm trying to help get these great products into your hands. It's a win-win situation. This is a protocol that I do. Now, I do all of this and more. But the thing is not everybody can afford that. And I get that. I understand that not everybody can afford what I do. But the thing is I'm telling you on how to stack them affordably to be able to target certain systems. And by taking the multivitamin and the probiotic, you're targeting your gut health. You're also targeting your skin. And by taking the multivitamin at the same time, you're targeting cellular processes and cellular metabolism. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, help support my work and help support your health and wellness. Now, again, it's a holistic approach. It's really important. Proper diet, proper exercise, filter your water, stay away from processed foods, do resistance training, do cardio, do stretching and balancing exercises. Mindfulness or spirituality is important to bring down stress levels and to put your body into parasympathetic mode. Proper sleep, learn new things. All these, taken with proper supplementation, is going to improve your health and slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system. All right, let's go to Fox News talking about Trump offered the Chinese an off-ramp to a collision.
No one wants.
Dumping duties as high as 74.9% on plastic imports from the United States. The European Union, Japan, and Taiwan also facing similar duties from China. It comes as China blocked exports of 7 rare earth metals to the United States, despite agreeing to suspend or remove the non-tariff countermeasures taken against the U.S. Beijing also says that the 90-day tariff pause is not enough to negotiate a trade deal. Joining me now is Gatestone Institute Senior Fellow and author of Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America, Gordon Chang, back with me. Gordon, this is interesting. We were all talking about how this, 90-day pause was a positive, and here comes China undermining the United States again.
Yes, the trade arrangement announced last Monday was more favorable to China than the United States. The smart thing to do would be to make sure it stays in place. But what you have in China is a political system that is really very difficult for a leader to compromise. And we now have a leader in China that doesn't want to compromise. And right now, I think he wants to humble the president of the United States, which is the reason why he's not adhering to the deal and why he's hitting us with these anti-dumping tariffs, which really, which in very many ways are unjustified.
President Trump took the tariffs down during this 90-day pause. He spoke to Bret Baier on Fox News on Friday when they did the interview in Abu Dhabi, and he explained in a very nice way why he did a deal with China. Watch this.
If I didn't do that deal with China, I think China would have broken apart. Not us, them. We weren't going to break. We're not going to break. They would have broken apart. Our country has a lot of spirit.
Gordon, what about that? Because I think President Trump knew exactly when to hit China. He knows that the economy there is weaker than they're letting on.
Yes, and President Trump offered the Chinese an off-ramp to a collision, not only with the United States, but with the rest of the world, because China intends to flood the rest of the world with products, and nobody wants to see their local industries decimated. This was a very generous offer on the part of the United States, and the Chinese can't take it. So this shows that there is going to be real problems ahead because Xi Jinping is now on that collision course.
Maybe that's also working its way into Wall Street's thinking with this decline this morning. Meanwhile, there's South Korea. The presidential candidates facing off in a weekend debate ahead of this snap election happening on June 3rd, Gordon. The vote replacing the former president, Yoon Suk-yeol, who was impeached over his short-lived martial law declaration. Remember that in December. The current frontrunner, Lee Jae-myung, says there's no need to rush into early trade agreements with the United States, criticizing the hasty engagement with the Trump administration. So here you go, Trump, once again, in the middle of this election. You've said Lee would be bad for democracy anyway.
Yes, well, Yi was responsible for a series of impeachments that paralyzed the government of Yoon Suk-yeol, which is the reason why Yoon, on December 3, declared martial law. Yi is determined to take down South Korea's democracy. He may not be able to do it, but that's the direction. Now, South Korea has had leftist presidents before, but Yi is different because he is more determined, he's more ruthless, he's more pro-North Korea, he's more anti-US than his predecessors. So this is going to be a very difficult 5 years. He's now got a 51 to 29% lead in the polls, and the conservatives are not united. So it's most probable that he's going to be elected, and we're going to have a very, very hard half decade, and I hope we get through it.
Yeah, I mean, he's another ally of Xi Jinping, we should point out.
And Kim Jong-un.
Of course.
And the
Kim
reason
Jong-un
why
as
he
well.
doesn't want a trade deal with the U.S. is because he knows that that would solidify relations between Seoul and Washington. And that's the last thing that he wants.
Yeah, a lot here. Liz Peek, jump in.
Gordon, good morning. I'm worried that President Trump's going to be speaking with Vladimir Putin today. And last night, Russia really lambasted Ukraine once again. And now we also have Xi Jinping sort of trying to exert some authority over Trump. Are they testing him? I mean, is this a concerted effort to kind of push Trump into a corner? What do you think the president should do in response to China's breach of this trade agreement?
I think President Trump should lay the facts out to the American public and the world and reimpose tariffs. If the Chinese break the deal no longer exists, and therefore President Trump needs to show will. He needs to show Xi Jinping that he's not afraid of the Chinese. And that's what the Chinese are now saying to their own people, that they got the best of the U.S. and that China is strong and the United States not only is weak, but is in terminal decline. Now, in that type of situation, you can't cooperate with a leader like that. And we got to do something that we Americans don't want to do, and that is not to assume the best of other countries. So yes, we've got to go after Xi Jinping, and then Vladimir Putin might notice that act of will. But if we don't do that, the Chinese and the Russians, they're just going to continue assaulting us.
Yeah, and throw Iran in there as well, because China is backing all the bad guys. China is backing Iran, backing Russia, all in the face of President Trump trying to create peaceful atmospheres across the world.
Yes, Xi Jinping is waging proxy wars. He's supporting Russia and Ukraine. He's supporting Iran in Israel. He's supporting Pakistan against India, and he's destabilizing North Africa. He is setting the world on fire.
Yeah, what a chessboard. Gordon, great to see you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Maria.
So we received the MRI results, and when we did, he had a very large tumor.
When we started out, we knew that the insurance company everything was paid and everything. But after I got out 6 months later, I got a bill, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. I have a little farm here. Oh, it's only 40 acres, but I farm and grow my horse hay for the year, my cow hay, and everything's really good.
Darren does all the outside work. He's involved with all the daily outside roping and feeding and that type of activity. And I do the business part of it. The original bill was like a $34,000 bill. The first thing I said when I saw the bill was like, what the heck? You know, this is a lot of money. And I didn't know the office. I never had seen the name of that doctor.
It could break you. You know, I got my little farm and everything. Oh, I'm not going to sell. But you could be so broke and everybody wanting everything.
Then I started receiving text messages from this surgical team. And not only did I try to reach out to them and reason with them, they were very firm and not budging.
My name is Adam, and I'm a member services supervisor at United Healthcare. United Healthcare helps members understand balanced billing from out-of-network services. We relieve the stress by providing clarity so members can focus on their health and recovery. The surgeon was in network, the facility was in network, an assistant surgeon who was out of network had performed a service during the surgery, but Darren and Marva didn't know it.
So I called United Healthcare. United Healthcare was very helpful, and they reassured me that I was not liable for it.
United Healthcare reminded Darren and Marva that they were not obligated to pay the balance bill because it is prohibited under the No Surprises Act.
They did a wonderful job communicating back and forth and checking in and giving updates. The end result was
Cam, the fans want to know, how do you sleep at night?
On a mattress from Mattress Firm.
Tasty FX just won Best Forex Broker in the U.S. again. Trade with the best Forex broker for
Dr. Cortland DeVille Jr., Associate Professor of Radiation Oncology at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine and Medical Director of the Johns Hopkins Proton Therapy Center. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. First, your general assessments of the diagnosis and how it was detected. Do you have any immediate questions about the timing of this and the severity of this diagnosis?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me. And yeah, I do have a number of questions just to try to get a better understanding of his diagnosis, the stage, how advanced it is. We received some information, noted that it's an aggressive cancer, form of prostate cancer. I saw a report that indicated specifically a Gleason 9 prostate cancer. We classify prostate cancer through the biopsy process and assign it a score, which is known as the Gleason score. And that scale goes from 6 to 10, and anything 8 to 10 we call high risk and has the most potential for metastasis or spread. And that defines, both the curability and the treatment options and the overall management strategy and the survival. So those are a lot of questions to get around to get a better understanding of his cancer.
His office has described it as hormone sensitive. Can you help us understand what that means?
Yeah, so prostate cancer, when it's first diagnosed, frankly, all prostate cancer likely is going to be hormone sensitive. The good part, usually we're telling patients, is that prostate cancer responds to hormone manipulation. That is, it uses testosterone to progress and advance. And so if we give treatments that essentially remove testosterone from the body, it immediately acts to halt the cancer and stop the progression and delay the spread. And so by default, by definition, prostate cancer generally when it's diagnosed is going to be hormone sensitive. And those are generally the first treatments that are applied for an advanced or aggressive case as is being noted as.
Dr. DeVille, another oncologist that I heard from mentioned that he was surprised that given that the former president has regular access to healthcare and screenings, and of course is a former president, that it is only now that this was diagnosed after it had already metastasized to his bones. What do you make of that? Is it just that this kind of cancer is so aggressive that by the time he was screened again, it had already spread? How surprising is it?
There is zero probability that his physicians and the president didn't know that he had prostate cancer. They knew. They were hiding. And I'm willing to bet he's been treated for this during his presidency.
Yes.
It is a little bit surprising.
It's like, see, this is the problem with the so-called professionals, right? The same problem that we had during the 2020 crisis. You know, they always hedge they're always hedging. They're afraid to say what's really on their mind, or they have such dogma within their discipline that they can't see the forest through the trees. All right, the overall important factor here is that he was the president of the United States and the vice president of the United States who gets great healthcare, the best in the world. Same thing as the Pope, all right? The best in the world. It is impossible for him to be at the age that he was at to not have a long data set on PSA. And they would have seen this elevating. Now, does metastasized prostate cancer grow rapidly? Yeah. But you see the signs at least a year or two before. And he would have been having an elevated PSA. And there's a long data set there to look at. There's no way. There's no way. So what happens with the normal crowd out there, the middle class, who doesn't get adequate health care compared to the president of the United States or the VP? The average person isn't getting screened every year. And that's the reason why they may miss a data point and there was a whole year that they could have caught it. So let's say they had a test in 2020, but didn't have another test until 2022. So they missed their 2021 test. It's possible that because of lack of testing, that you have an aggressive form. And that could have been caught earlier. But he was tested at least once a year. I would be shocked if he wasn't tested twice. He should have been tested twice a year, every 6 months at his age. Now, when he was VP, probably once a year. But when he was president, and because of his age, twice a year. All right? So there is zero probability that they missed it. They knew he had this. They're hiding. They're hiding. They leaked it out. They didn't want to say that he had it until months after he left office, because it would have been too obvious to state in January or February that he had it. He had it during the election. He knew it. He knew it. So you got these professionals that don't say it. They don't say what everyone else is thinking.
For someone who we expect to have very, close healthcare and management, on the other hand, there are some controversies within prostate cancer that make it, perhaps not so surprising. Our screening guidelines generally advocate for screening somewhere from around age 50 or 55 to age 70. And depending on
the reason why is because most likely, in most cases, as long as they don't have the aggressive form, if you do get a lower level prostate cancer, that chances are you'll die from something else before you get before you die from prostate cancer. And that's the reason why they do that. But he's the president of the United States. He gets the best healthcare in the world. There is zero probability, zero, as president of the United States, not getting a PSA. Zero probability on that. So what's this horse shit that he's saying that, well, maybe they were following the guidelines? You really think that they follow the standard guidelines for the President of the United States or for the First Lady? They don't. They don't follow the standard guidelines. They get it all. They get all of, they screen everything. You know why? Because they are an elite class that has way better healthcare than you will ever have. Now, the average person, that may be true. And this is the reason why you need to change that power dynamic between your physician and yourself. The patient and the physician power dynamic is too strong in favor of the physician. The more educated you become, and the more of an advocate you are for your own health, and the more that you take control of your lifestyle, the healthier you are, you reduce that power dynamic. So when you do need to have healthcare, that you can be informed and you can be assertive and you tell your goddamn physician that what you need, because your physician only cares about two things: your bill rate and how fast he can get you out of the office. He doesn't care about anything but that. He doesn't care about your health. He'll put on a nice face, or even a female will put on a nice face while they're listening to you, but they have to get you out of that room in 20 minutes or less because they got to push patients out the door, and they need to keep on billing and you know, have the insurance companies pay on time. That's all they care about. Bill rate and how fast they can get you out the door. So if you're not an advocate for your own health, no one else will. And this is the reason why I keep on saying, if you don't get off of the bread and circus, if you don't start taking care of your own health, you are fucked. You are fucked, because healthcare is just going to keep on getting more and more and more and more expensive, and you will not be able to afford it. The average person will not be able to afford healthcare, period. See, it's better to start paying attention to me. Get off the bread and circus. Start taking care of your own health in a holistic way, so you are better off as you get into your geriatric years. And if you do need medical care, that you'll be responding better because you have more energy. You have a healthier body. Do you think you respond to health care when you're sick all the time? You're chronically inflamed? When you're overweight? You have diabetes and heart disease? No. Doctors don't care about you. Wake up. Doctors don't care about you. They care about bill rate and how fast they can get you out of the office.
Different, screening bodies either recommend, not screening past age 70 for prostate cancer, or if the man has a life expectancy less than 10 years. Having said that, those with risk factors, with, elevations in the blood tests, or, family history, other things, may continue screening later beyond age 70. And so it's unclear, whether the president was having something like a simple PSA blood test, with or without a digital rectal exam to examine or assess your screen, essentially for prostate cancer. We also don't know, there are some men who are actually being monitored with very indolent or unaggressive prostate cancer. They've been diagnosed, and they're following on what we call an active surveillance protocol or strategy. And in that case, they may be followed for many years, and then eventually the cancer begins to progress.
Yeah. And if he was one of those candidates where it was just surveillance only, all right, in 2022 or 2023, or even earlier, the PSA screening every year or every 6 months would have shown that it was starting to elevate in 2024. There is zero probability that it just elevated a month ago or 2 months ago or 3 months ago with metastasized hormonal sensitive prostate cancer. Zero chance. He had elevation that was taking place during the election. He was screened. They knew he had it. And he must have been treated during the election. And that would explain part of the reasons why he was tired and he was having cognitive dysfunction. Now, he may also have some issues with dementia, all right? Also, the way he was walking. Does he have incontinence? It's very possible.
And then requires treatment. So, you know, generally in either strategy, we want to be able to stay ahead of the cancer and diagnose it at an early stage and, you know, avoid the scenario of when it is spread or metastasized and essentially becomes uncurable. And that's where we still have, you know, our poorest outcomes with prostate cancer.
This only happens when you don't have good health care. This only happens when you don't have good health care, when you don't get your adequate screenings. When you are a rich person getting adequate screenings and you're, you know, vigilant and your doctor's vigilant, this would not happen because they would have treated it earlier. All right. So what the hell is going on here? What the hell's going on? Something's not right here. There's probably more to the story. It's probably not just prostate cancer. There's probably, I wouldn't be surprised that there is something more than just dementia and prostate cancer with Joe Biden.
Diagnosed very early, 5 and 10-year survival are very high for men, but once it's metastasized, the 5-year survival does drop significantly.
Well, just cut to the chase, dipshit. It's about 720 days. You got about a year to 3 years. So that's about 720 to 1,000 days to live. See how these professionals talk? You don't get a straight answer. And the public needs straight answers. Well, the 5-year survival rate is much lower if you have a Gleason of 9 and a grade of 5. It's substantially lower. Well, get to the chase. And that is, you're going to die in 720 days.
Doctor, is there anything that you, we were speaking to a medical contributor at MSNBC earlier, Dr. Gupta, who said aggressive chemotherapy probably would not be the course of action going forward for somebody who's 82 years old. I was wondering if there were things.
A lot of times they may actually take out the prostate, but at his age, they probably won't. They'll probably do aggressive chemo and radiation combination, radiation with chemo. I don't think that he would have his prostate fully removed at his age. If he was younger, maybe in his 70s or slightly under 70, they may have taken out the prostate too. That's probably the most logical treatment. But he's frail. So, you know, high doses of radiation and chemotherapy is going to further advance his decline. He's in 720 days, he's going to be dead.
You would rule out. We also heard that surgery might be difficult on somebody who is also 82 years old. So does that narrow his options when you take two of the probably more aggressive forms of treatment off the table?
Sure, but you know, I would say just aggressive doesn't necessarily mean better. So in terms of treatments that the patient might receive, again, prostate cancer responds to hormonal therapy very well. Usually, at least initially, hormonal therapy is not curative, but it does treat, you know, prostate cancer and can prolong the delay in the spread. And so most men in this situation are going to start with hormonal therapy, and they will start with kind of what we think about as first line and second line hormonal therapy. So they'll be given, you know, often 2 drugs up front. The evidence shows that that can prolong the survival. There is data that giving men chemotherapy up front as kind of the second line agent does prolong their survival. However, the chemotherapy is more toxic and doesn't necessarily do better than that second line hormonal therapy. So doing the 2 lines of hormonal therapy has essentially become the standard for these men in this setting, unless there's other things going on, like visceral, what we call visceral involvement, you know, which includes the lung or the liver or other areas that usually are not involved up front. So it would be a more unusual or less common scenario to be getting chemotherapy up front. Regarding surgery, most men actually increasing with age, even when they're in an early stage or curative standpoint, they may be less likely to undergo surgery, and more often.
This is exactly what I just said. This is exactly what I just said. He disagrees with, you know, the chemo. I would do probably lower dose chemo and then do the ADT treatment without surgery.
undergo radiation therapy. Given both have comparable outcomes in that scenario, and the risks and morbidity and complications associated with surgery may go up, increasing with age, which the patient may not have or would have different sort of risk profile undergoing radiation treatment. And so surgery, yes, is highly unlikely to for the patient.
He's gonna need the radiation to get the bone metastasis. I'll tell you, H. But here, the bigger question isn't how is he being treated? The bigger question is, why didn't the White House be honest to the American public, especially during the election? That's the bigger issue here.
Have surgery in this scenario at that age and with metastasis. On the other hand, there may still be indications or role for local therapy with radiation treatment. We don't know all of those details, so I wouldn't, get ahead of myself, but that might be an option depending on how it's ultimately staged.
And now we're getting a reaction as well from some of the leaders. We were talking about this earlier here at the table. We now have a statement from Nancy Pelosi saying President Joe Biden is a great American patriot. Paul and I joined the millions across the country and around the world praying for him to have strength and a swift recovery in the battle against cancer, sending love to him and his family. We're also hearing from House Republicans, including the Speaker, Mike Johnson, the Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, Majority Whip, Tom Emmer, all expressing the same empathy. Mike Johnson, the Speaker, saying this is certainly sad news, and the Johnson family will be joining the countless authors who are praying for the former president in the wake of his diagnosis.
All right. Let's do a market update here for a second. We have the S&P 500 at 5,938. The Euro USD is trading at 1.12. Oil's trading at 61.95. It's having problems to get above the 62 barrier. VIX is trading at 1847. BITO is starting to go up in intraday trading. It's at 22.075. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 144.9. Gush is trading at 22.21. DRIP 1033, and UCO 21.32. Again, UCO's having a difficulty to get above the 22 price target. And the natural gas futures is trading at 3.15, which is suppressed today. Please help support my work by going to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer. All right. Like I said, doctors aren't going to take care of you. They're just going to view you as a paying unit. All right. And they need you out of the office in 22 minutes or less. And you need to take charge of your own health. So if you pay attention to me and you learn from all this research that's coming from anti-aging and aging research and sports medicine and just applying some common sense, you're going to improve your health, all right? But it's multiple modalities. It's a holistic approach. But if you don't do this, as you get older, and your genes start to methylate and your body starts to decline in energy and all this, you're going to get into pharmacopoeia. All right. Two of the biggest diseases in the United States is diabetes and heart disease. Cancer is a big one too. Right. But a big part of it's lifestyle and environment. Now, some of it's genetic, but most disease in the United States is not genetic. So just stop pretending. See, there's a lot of people out there that want to pretend that their problems are because they have genetic problems. But in most cases, especially in the United States, it's self-induced or environmental, not genetic. So, there's too many people that are using excuses. But if you don't pay attention, you will have problems in your geriatric years. If you even make it to your geriatric years. There's lots of people that don't even make it to their geriatric years. There's lots of people that have heart disease and diabetes at a young age, and they pass away in their 30s or 40s. You never make it. Never make it to the good old age of 65 or 70, right? So pay attention and improve your health. And it's a holistic approach. Now, I have a dual purpose deodorant that helps to detoxify your body, and you use it as a deodorant. It's all natural, has no aluminum, no baking soda. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. It's a very high quality deodorant. But like I said, it's dual purpose. It's going to help to detoxify your body. And when you detoxify your body on a regular basis, you're helping your immune system and your endocrine system. I have it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, and also in citrus. You take it, you use this every day. It's for males and females. Get a couple bars for your household. And by detoxifying your body on a regular basis and using it as a deodorant, you're helping your immune system and your endocrine system. A lot of people don't realize that the things that you have in your house are endocrine disruptors. And when you disrupt your endocrine system, don't be surprised that you start having problems. So it behooves you to listen. Another great supplement that I have is Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will get rid of that brain fog, help you concentrate at work or in school, or even if you're retired and just to concentrate on tasks at home. Clarity Factor will help to support memory. And by getting those neurons firing, you're going to improve your neuroplasticity. So those dendritic connections are going to improve. You're going to think faster. You're going to sleep better. You're going to be able to concentrate. You'll have better memory. So please go to my store, improve your neural health by taking Clarity Factor. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Follow my protocol, stack these supplements like I've been telling you to stack them, and you're going to get huge benefits, and you're going to start noticing over time that you're aging slower and your body is getting healthier, your immune system is getting more robust. You're improving your cardiovascular health, you're improving your endocrine system. These are all very positive things. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Clarity Factor, get the deodorants, the multi-purpose deodorants that I have. And make sure you drink filtered water. Really important. Something as simple as stay away from processed foods and drink filtered water will radically improve your endocrine system and your immune system. Or just don't pay attention to me and be part of pharmacopoeia when you get older. It's up to you.
Equities reversed all of their tariff-related declines. Developed markets outside of the U.S. also are very near to erasing all of their tariff-related declines. The U.S. is the one laggard. So as much as it has been a very strong performance dynamic in the U.S., we're still struggling to fully erase all of the tariff-related weakness that emerged earlier this year. Also, I think it's important to note that the EM and developed market economies outside of the United States were outperforming well before Liberation Day. So we had seen in the first quarter rotation into non-domestic themes emerging as a bigger theme for 2025. That seems likely to persist in the short run, just given the durability of non-domestic margins as well as non-domestic earnings conditions, trade relationships between other players in the global trade system have not been disrupted. For instance, China's trade with Europe, Europe's trade with South America, and the like. So I think you have to keep that in mind, that there is some inherent stability there for the economies that are not so dependent on the relationship with U.S. trade. Likewise, you've got fiscal and monetary policy supports that are emerging outside of the United States, while in the U.S. we still have a bit of a murky picture on that front. that is resulting in better performance elsewhere. And the dollar is still in what appears to be a declining phase, which is supportive of non-domestic equities.
All right, Gina, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Gina Martin Adams, Bloomberg Intelligence. She leads all our equity coverage there for the team. All right, coming up, Phil Orlando, Chief Equity Market Strategist and Head of Client Portfolio Management at Federated Hermes. His take and outlook on the markets. And then we'll talk to Ben Sills, Bloomberg Managing Editor for European Economy and Government, on President Putin heading into a call with President Trump, with Putin more confident that he has the upper hand and he has that leverage. Taking a look at the equity market, you have the NASDAQ selling off the most. We're still just down by 0.5%. Volume is pretty mixed. This is Bloomberg.
Need to be a top priority, and the law doesn't eliminate inspections. It ensures that they happen at the right for the right reason.
All right, let's take a look at some other news that's popping up on the feed here. And let's go back to the story of the ship hitting Brooklyn Bridge over the weekend.
Happening now. Investigators are searching for the voyage data recorder, basically a ship's black box, after a Mexican naval training ship lost power and crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge. 2 people are dead, more than a dozen injured. Officials say there was a mechanical issue and the captain lost steering of the vessel. We are expecting a news conference from the NTSB today. Let's get right to CNN's Gloria Pazmino near the bridge this morning. Gloria, what's the very latest?
Well, John, we're standing here at Pier 35 where the Cuauhtémoc was towed to on Saturday evening after that crash. Now, NTSB officials started arriving here yesterday afternoon, and we are expecting a briefing from them later today. The primary questions here, obviously, what happened? Was it a power failure that led to this collision between the ship and hitting that side of the underside of the bridge on Saturday evening? Another key question here is whether or not there was any role that the tugboat that was pulling the ship played during that trajectory as the ship was making its way out of the New York harbor. The Cuauhtémoc was on a worldwide goodwill mission, bringing Mexican naval culture around the world. It had been here in New York City docked for the past few days. And it has been really difficult for the Mexican community here in New York City, which has come out. They were here yesterday all day long. Some of them have been dropping off flowers in memory of those 2 people whose lives were sadly lost. We've actually learned their identities overnight. Mexican government officials have identified them as Cadet America Yamilet Sanchez, as well as Adal Jair Maldonado Marcos. We've also heard from America's family in Mexico. They are wondering what happened here and how soon they're going to get some answers. I want you to take a listen to the commissioner of the Emergency Management Office here in New York City talking about the early stages of the investigation. Take a listen.
Look on dollar.com to get our lowest rates.
Why are you in my house?
When we started using ShareFile, we discovered lots of other really amazing things that build the values of a small business.
As a business owner, we have to think about how is this tool going to save my business money in the long run?
We're always looking for ways to streamline and make things better and more efficient, because there's only so many hours in a day. And the fact that it works seamlessly, it was mind-boggling the amount of time we saved.
Being able to grow with the platform is one of the reasons why we've stuck with ShareFile all these years, because the platform just keeps getting better and better.
From one simple platform, we can do a lot of things. And so I don't have to go and hunt down more apps, more widgets, more third-party plugins. That is a game changer. And for us to have access to that as a small business is remarkable.
Something happened during that period of time where the ship reportedly lost power, possibly lost steerage, and that's when it ended up going in the wrong direction towards the bridge. But that's very preliminary at this point, and there still needs to be an investigation that will take place.
Part of what investigators want to do as well, John, is make sure that this ship can be brought to dry dock so it can be repaired and sent on its way. Also, late last night, the remainder of the crew, a little over 200 people, were actually bused from here to John F. Kennedy Airport. They were able to get on a flight back to Mexico last night. I'm sure a relief for many of them. Some of them remain here on board, expecting that investigation to continue in the next several days. John?
Yeah, so many questions. That video just horrible. Gloria Pasmino at Pier 17, thank you very much for that.
New this morning, the NTSB will hold a news conference about the ongoing investigation into the Mexican Navy training ship that struck the bottom of the Brooklyn Bridge Saturday evening. Officials say the ship was carrying 277 people when it lost power, and all 3 of its masts ended up striking that bridge, each breaking on impact. Mexican officials have identified the 2 people who were killed during the collision after they fell from one of the ship's masts. The first victim was Cadet America Yamilet Sanchez, and the second, a sailor, Adal Yair Maldonado Marcos. CNN safety analyst David Susi joining me now. First of all, looking at this ship, how in God's green earth did this actually happen?
Well, Sarah, it's pretty similar actually to what happened on the Key Bridge when it collapsed. It looks like they lost power to the rudder. They weren't able to navigate or steer the ship at all. I believe they lost thrust power as well, or they would have averted this. But you can see it just drifts backward, and it seems to be going slow, but the speed and the inertia of that ship could have caused some serious damage to that pier.
You heard that some of the early investigation is that, like you said, that the power went out somewhere, although you can still see the lights on the mast there. So no control of the ship. But I guess the big question is, what were they doing in that area anyway? It seems like they were on the wrong course.
Well, it seems like they were, but however, they were actually at the museum. This is part of a celebration tour or goodwill tour for that ship. It was manufactured in Spain years ago, and it's been touring the world actually. So that's why it stopped in New York as a goodwill tour. When it departed, that is when it lost its power and started drifting back up the river, which was not its intent. It was heading out to sea. It was heading to Reykjavik actually from there. So it was going to be quite a long trip. They were going to make fuel stops, other stops along the way, but it just simply was not headed in that direction until the river brought it that direction to collide with the bridge.
David, you mentioned the Key Bridge, and one of the key differences obviously is that this isn't a huge container ship that is so heavy. This is a very different kind of ship. So what will the NTSB be looking for in this case? What will they be after? What will they be looking for to try to figure out exactly how all this went down?
Well, they'll look at the actual proximate causes of things that happened on the site. But more than that, I would expect in their recommendation that they're going to include a lot of retrospect to look and see how the ports and how the piers are managed. You can see that there's a tugboat that tried to prevent the collision as the ship was removed, as the ship moved. And that tugboat was instrumental in preventing further damages because it held it in place. So this is one of the things the NTSB recommendations will say. Their scope goes far beyond the actual accident on site. It's procedural. It's, do we need to have tugboats on ships of a certain size before they leave port? What kind of safety precautions are in place before the ships leave so that they can prevent these types of tragedies?
Yeah, it's so awful. There's so much video sort of people on either side of that bridge seeing at one point 2 people who are at the very top of those masts kind of falling down. Do we have any idea what they were doing up there? Were they lookouts? Was this part of sort of the presentation of the whole thing?
Well, in furling the sails, and I'm not a sailor, but this is things that I've investigated since this accident, but in furling the sails, bringing them up and stowing them, it does require people to be up there just for inspection and make sure that it's stowed properly. So that may have been why they were there at that time after they left port, but you would think that that had been done before they left port. So why they were up there at that time, I really couldn't say, but it was, those masts are steel masts. They're not like light aluminum masts like you might find on a regular sail ship. These things are massive, and I'm surprised they didn't cause more damage than they did. But Fortunately, those were not the sailors that were injured and killed. The injured parties were on the deck when pieces fell and hit them on the deck. So
yeah,
it is tragic.
David, it really is tragic, and so many people witnessed it as well. Hard to see, but incredible that the Brooklyn Bridge started up and running 40 minutes later. So it didn't do major damage to the bridge. I mean, that is pretty wild. David Susi, thank you so much.
It's not pretty wild. You know why? Because the mast of the sails, the mast of the sails is a cantilever beam. So if you're going to put a force, the ship is moving based on the force of the waves, right? And you have this cantilever beam from the mast hitting metal. Of course, the mast is going to bend and break. So the bridge is way stronger than that cantilever beam of the mast. And it's not amazing. It's not, it's just physics. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people, especially in the mainstream media, that have a liberal arts degree and have no idea about physics. It's not amazing. It's nothing amazing about it.
That suggests that the Federal Reserve should be reducing interest in the back half of the year, and we're pretty comfortable with that position.
Just surprised about the non-market reaction to the Moody's downgrade?
I'm sort of surprised that Moody's was as late to the party as they were in terms of when, Fitch and S&P made their downgrades years ago. And in my mind, I'm asking the question, if Moody's is downgrading now, where were they, over the last 3 or 4 years when inflation spiked up to the highest levels in 40 years?
does a deal with Putin, then both Zelensky and the Europeans are pretty much price takers at this point in the process. Does a deal with Putin, then both Zelensky and the Europeans are pretty much price takers at this point in the process. Does a deal with Putin, then both Zelensky and the Europeans are pretty much price takers at this point in the process. Does a deal with Putin, then both Zelensky and the Europeans are pretty much price takers at this point in the process. Does a deal with Putin, then both Zelensky and the Europeans are pretty much price takers at this point in the process. Does a deal with Putin, then
I think that the mistake people make is to focus exclusively on the outcome of these talks, on the outcome of this deal, whereas the bigger issue is what happens to the security of Ukraine in the long run. And on that issue, the ability of the Europeans to ramp up their own defense industry, to maintain the support they've got for Kyiv and Zelensky over the medium to long run is kind of critical, and they are trying to play the long game while avoiding being
I apologize for the issue I had in my soundboard ran out of battery, so I had to reset it.
Government for Bloomberg News. He is based in our Madrid bureau, so we appreciate getting a few minutes of his time. And again, the Associated Press was reporting that the call is taking place right now. S&P 500 off 18 points. That's 0.3%. The NASDAQ off about 90 points, and that's about 0.4%. We're going to have more coming up as we take a look at the Bitcoin for Tom on the Upper East Side, up $600, 104,700. How about that? Remember, all-time high, 107,000. This is Bloomberg.
All right. With that, BITO is trading a little bit higher right now at 22.12. And the S&P 500 index is trading at 5,939. 5,939. VIX is trading at 1836. Euro USD is trading at 1.12. Oil is trading at $61.98 a barrel. And the Japanese yen is trading at 144.85. Gush is trading at 22.19 and DRIP is trading at 10.33. Natural gas is trading at 3.13 and UCO is trading at 21.31. All right. Again, I apologize for the soundboard running out of battery there. I had a little snafu for the audio. Apologize. All right. Let's go back to some of the news that is starting to pop up on the feed here. And let's go to Fox News here.
Each of your users is unique. Their security should be too. Bitdefender introduces Gravity Zone Phaser, a groundbreaking solution delivering unprecedented attack surface reduction. Find out more on our website.
President Trump will hold a high-stakes phone call with both Russian President Vladimir Putin and a separate phone call with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky later today. And Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is optimistic about these talks.
I believe that the president is going to have a successful call with Vladimir Putin. They know each other. The president is determined to get something done here, and hopefully, if he can't do it, then nobody can.
This comes on the heels of Russia launching one of the largest drone barrages of this war, deploying 273 drones into Ukraine. U.S. Ambassador to NATO Matthew Whitaker joins me now. Mr. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us ahead of this 10 a.m. phone call. So do you think that Vladimir Putin is stringing President Trump along here regarding these peace talks, or is there a real path forward? And if so, how will the president be able to tell during this phone call?
Well, good morning, Carly. It's good to be with you. I think President Trump is uniquely positioned to get a deal done if a deal is to be had. I think Special Envoy Witkoff is absolutely right. Vladimir Putin will listen to President Trump, and I think President Trump's decisive diplomacy is forging a Russia-Ukraine ceasefire, which is delivering on the America First leadership and the peace that he has promised. Remember, Donald Trump on all fronts is working towards ending the killing, ending the fighting, and having peace across the globe. And I think a lasting Russia-Ukraine agreement, the president is going to put together here, even if it's happened a little slower than a lot of people think, is putting the United States in a position of global influence and securing our strategic interests and making sure that we don't have these endless conflicts that reduce and take American resources. And so I think we're in a good position, Carly.
So after this phone call with Vladimir Putin, he's then going to hop on a phone call with the Ukrainian president and then hold another phone call with Vladimir Zelensky and NATO leaders, which is where you come in. How significant will that phone call with NATO leaders and Vladimir Zelensky be?
Yeah, obviously this war is a hot war on the European continent. I think a lot of people didn't think we'd see something like this after World War II, but here we are again with about 5,000 young men and civilians dying every week on the battlefield and as a consequence of this war. And so, getting our European allies on board, obviously they've formed the Coalition of the Willing, which is talking about peacekeeping and making sure that the war doesn't fire up again after this ceasefire is hopefully agreed to very soon. And so, all these calls are important, but certainly the call with Vladimir Putin, who said he was going to show up last Thursday in Turkey and didn't show up. I think, this is going to be crucial that President Trump has this call and make sure that Vladimir Putin is committed to peace.
He didn't show up, but there were hostages released or at least negotiated upon or prisoners. So that is good news there. Let's move over to the Middle East. The Trump administration through Steve Witkoff over the weekend said that made it clear that the Trump administration's position on Iran enrichment is 0%. And then Iran's foreign minister posted on X, if the U.S. is interested in ensuring that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, a deal is within reach, and we are ready for a serious conversation to achieve a solution that will forever ensure that outcome. Enrichment in Iran, however, will continue with or without a deal. So where do things go from there with the foreign minister saying that?
Yeah, obviously, Steve Witkoff said that was the red line, was the continuing enrichment. I think that may be a little bit of political posturing and trying to appeal to maybe the domestic Iranian audience to keep them happy as to where this is going. But, it's very clear what the position of the United States is. And again, this is another area where Donald Trump uniquely is bringing peace. He doesn't want to fight with Iran, but at the same time, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And so, the position of the United States is very clear. And I think the Iranians understand that, and they don't want a war with the United States either. And so I think we will, again, President Trump will bring peace to this situation.
Yeah, the president said that he's extended an olive branch, but it will not last forever. And the Ayatollah certainly did not like the president's trip to the Middle East. He made that very clear in his Truth Social post. So if the Ayatollah is comfortable, that means that President Trump's trip to the region was successful. Ambassador Whitaker, thank you so much for joining us this morning. It's certainly going to be another very busy week. We appreciate you joining us.
All right, good to see you, and tell Todd hello for me.
I certainly will.
Hi, Ambassador.
He's next to me. He says hi.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
So we received the MRI results, and when we did, he had a very large tumor.
When we started out, we knew that the insurance company, everything was paying everything. But after I got out 6 months later, I got a bill, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. I have a little farm here. Oh, it's only 40 acres, but I farm and grow my horse hay for the year, my cow hay, and everything's really good.
Darren does all the outside work. He's involved with all the daily outside roping and feeding and that type of activity. And I do the business part of it. The original bill was like a $34,000 bill. The first thing I said when I saw the bill was like, what the heck? You know, this is a lot of money. And I didn't know the office. I never had seen that name of that doctor.
It could break you. You know, I got my little farm and everything. Oh, I'm not going to sell it, but you could be some
pay the taxes.
So, Amara, here's what I don't think people understand, and I did not understand it until recently, that renewables are the cheapest source to meet new demand almost everywhere. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so the cost reductions in renewable technology, so specifically wind and solar, have been quite remarkable over the last decade or so. And so when we look at those projects that were financed last year and we estimate those costs, we find that either wind or solar is outcompeting either coal or gas in markets that are equivalent to 2/3 of global power generation. So that includes China, includes most of Europe as well.
But we take into account the intermittent power issue for wind and solar, and how does that change the cost profile? Like, it might be cheaper to build a wind farm than building a nuclear plant, but the intermittent power of it all is an issue.
Yeah, that is definitely right. It is a problem with renewables that is often cited, but there are supporting technologies for supporting a grid that is dominated by wind and solar. And that would be battery storage, for example. And so if we look last year alone, the cost of the typical project fell by 1/3. And out to 2035, we estimate that the cost of battery storage projects fall by 50%. So there are supporting technologies that pair with wind and solar. And we also model, we look at these costs, we break them down, and we look at the view out to 2050, how different power markets are likely to change. And just to put that in context, when we take that system view, we see that there are really strong long-term fundamentals for renewables. So today, wind and solar are around 8% of generation, and that increases to 60% in our modeling by 2050. And at the same time, the flip side of that is with fossil fuel assets, so coal and gas plants. Today, they're at 60%. But by 2050, they go down to 25%. And what they do is they kind of operate in a space where they support wind and solar as well as battery storage.
So thinking just in the near term, what do high tariffs, maybe possible cuts to tax credits, what does that mean for this transition? Does it slow it down materially, possibly?
Yeah, it is a really interesting question, and it's, as you know, it's moving very quickly. So our team in the US are tracking this very, very closely. And what we can say is the policy and tariff uncertainty is posing a challenge for business confidence. It kind of impacts the willingness and investor appetite. But we do see that there is resilient demand, that deployment stays resilient over the next 10 years or so, because we do see increased electricity demand from AI, needs for manufacturing as well, and what tends to be the cheapest source of electricity is wind and solar. So there is resilient deployment. We did model a scenario if tax credits were cut, the amount of wind and solar would reduce by around 17% or so. So there is a material impact, but if we're adding new if we're adding new supply to the grid, then it would tend to come from wind and solar.
What about geothermal? The administration is definitely positive on geothermal. In speaking with the energy secretary here, he speaks a lot about that, as well as clean coal. What's the cost profile like for geothermal?
Yeah, it's hard for me to comment on that. I think the configuration of geothermal changes significantly. But there have been developments recently, and I suppose with the pairing with the kind of coupling with oil and gas experience with geothermal, there's a lot of overlap there. On the specific costs, I couldn't comment on.
Where are the dollars going? Because we see last year, 2024, was a record year for investment projects in renewable, almost double the amount in 2020, talking $728 billion in 2024 alone. Where does that number go?
Yeah, I mean, we do still think globally there is an upwards trend for dollars spent on clean energy technologies. One interesting thing to consider, though, is that last year was the lowest increase in investment. So it was a record high, but it was still lower than compared to the last 3 or 4 years or so. But a separate point to also think about there is that you're getting more watts, more megawatts for every dollar spent as those costs come down. So you're hitting record highs in terms of investment, but you're also adding more megawatts there as well.
I would
just add. Yeah, I would also just add there that, as I was saying, we do model this out to 2050, and if you're going from 8% to 60% of your generation mix over the next 25 years, then the kind of
it totally makes zero sense. How are you going to be able to get wind and solar to 60% of your energy mix when there's not enough land to be able to use those types of technologies in the United States? Because you have to distribute that energy over the grid. And that's not easy to do. You lose energy the farther out you have to distribute that energy. So it has to be near a local environment. So how are you going to do solar to power, let's say, New York? Where are you going to get the solar panel? Where are you going to put the solar panels? What about other high density areas? Where are you going to put the wind? There's not enough wind to even be generated in certain areas of the country. So there's not just location to put the solar panels and the windmills, but it's the distance on where the populations are to get that energy. Again, the farther out you go from the actual generated source, the more lost energy there is because of the resistance of the cable line. And then to state that oil or oil and gas will be 60%, will be only 25% of the energy mix in 2050. In 2050, there's no way. There's no. It's 2050 is not that far away. It's only 25 years. We're going to still be using oil in a very high part of our energy mix for the next 50 years. And he goes, my model. What's the assumptions of the model? What happens if we have a war? You really think that solar power and windmills are going to be in the forefront of the aftermath of a war? No, they'll still be high density energy sources, which is oil and gas. Windmills can't produce enough energy. It doesn't have the energy density, nor solar doesn't have the energy density. There's nothing out there that has as much of an energy density as a barrel of oil other than uranium and plutonium. That's it. Nuclear power. That's not safe. That's not clean either, no matter how they want to spin it. These alternative, sustainable energy companies and organizations, I think their estimates and their modeling is way too optimistic for their technology for solar and wind, and way too pessimistic in terms of the longevity of oil and gas. All right, with that said, oil and gas is going to be around for at least another 150 years. Okay, let's go to Bloomberg again.
As well, we're also on Bloomberg Originals, so check us out there on your smart TV. Let's talk Apple. Let's talk AI. I mean, we've all followed Apple for 20, 30, 40 years. They don't miss very often. You know, they kind of get the PC, they get the phone, they get the gadgets. But boy, even to this person who doesn't really follow them that closely, they're not getting AI. And I wonder if just to what extent that's a problem. Our next guest will help us out there. Mark Gurman, managing editor for Global Consumer Tech for Bloomberg News. He's based in LA, but he's here in New York. So we got him in studio. You've got a Bloomberg Business Week big take story out today on Apple. And they're just kind of missing AI. What's going on in Cupertino as it relates to AI?
Well, philosophical differences, mismanagement, and the biggest thing is they were blindsided when generative AI with ChatGPT and GitHub launched back in 2022, November 2022. I'm told Apple Intelligence wasn't even an idea back then.
Why?
Well, they missed the boat.
But how? I mean, I don't understand. Yeah.
Well, clearly there was philosophical disagreement and philosophical disinterest in the topic of artificial intelligence. I write about how Craig Federighi, Apple's senior VP of software engineering, doesn't really believe in these multi-billion-dollar projects. He tends to try to shut down or steer away from projects of that sort. And AI is something of that nature. AI is quite a bit messy. They're known for their very intricate and well-designed user experiences. AI, sometimes with hallucinations, can take away from that. But I think they didn't think it was going to be as big of a thing as it became today. A lot of it fell on deaf ears years ago, I'm told. But really, this is a company that's known for updating their operating systems once a year. It's known as a company that focuses on the minutia, and they missed the big picture here with artificial intelligence. And it really is a shame. You know, the big picture here isn't the AI capabilities of its devices today. The big picture today is the AI capability of future hardware. If you don't have the core technology, the AI ready to go at a deep level, how are you going to develop products like humanoid robots, smart glasses, watches and AirPods with depth sensing cameras for AI purposes? Can't do any of that if you don't have that technology. So they need to seriously turn this thing around quickly, or they're going to be in big trouble. This is as core a technology as the touchscreen.
Wow.
I mean, first of all, how many words is this story, dude?
6,000.
Yeah, this is a long, well in-depth story, folks. So if you want to get smart on AI and Apple, you got to read the story. It's in the Bloomberg Business Week. It's on the terminal. I'm sure it's everywhere else as well. Mark, what can they do? If I'm an investor, that's the only question I have for Tim Cook. Can you guys catch up and get some of that AI pixie dust in your stock?
Yes, they need to make acquisitions, and they need to up the percentage of that R&D budget tied to AI. They need to up that percentage. They need to allocate more of their hires to AI as well. So they need to go big or go home on this. And I think...
Do they know that, do you think?
Yeah, of course they know that.
Okay.
How do they go big?
You got to spend more money. AI is really one of the only things that you can buy your way into when it comes to this technology, right? You can buy your way into it. You just need to throw billions and billions at AI training. They need to make probably some tweaks to their privacy policy, right? They have so many devices. They have more devices than anyone else as a single brand of a hardware company, of any company in the entire world, in the history of the world. But they don't leverage that because of their privacy stance. So maybe make some tweaks there to be able to collect some more data, maybe figure out a way to convince people to give up some of their data for this purpose. And I think that could go a long way for them. So spending money, collecting more data.
Is there somebody out there that they could buy, should buy, that would leapfrog them, do you think?
They hate doing that though, right?
Well, the problem is this philosophical disgust, I would say, to making these large acquisitions. If I told you, I mean, you know this is true, so maybe you're not a good example, but if I said to someone who didn't know the company as well as you two, Would you believe me if I told you that Apple's biggest acquisition in the history of the company was $3 billion?
I actually believe that. Mhm.
Well, you believe that because you know that. But I think if you ask people who didn't know that, that would be completely unbelievable.
Mhm.
They make these small acquisitions. And in addition to not wanting to spend big bucks on a company, they're really poor at integrating companies. The Beats integration, integrating all those engineers into the company, disaster. Intel, they bought the modem unit for $1 billion back in 19, disaster. What is it going to feel as an AI person at Apple today if the company buys your replacement to bring them in? It's not going to be fun. There's enough turf wars as it is at Apple.
So if they do then have to do it internally, they've still not done well at that.
They've got to do both. They got to make the acquisition. They got to just deal with that. They got to make their biggest acquisition ever, and it has to be for AI, maybe multiple acquisitions. They have to turn things up a notch internally as well. They're going to be making changes. I mean, there's so many philosophical disagreements. The biggest is about chatbots when it comes to AI. They are allergic to AI chatbots. They don't like the technology. They don't think OpenAI has staying power. So yes, I know.
I made a face when he said that, by the way. Okay.
You're going to see deeper integrations with other companies. You're going to see Google Gemini integration. I think next year you'll see Perplexity integration, maybe some Anthropic integration, maybe some Microsoft integration, but they're going to keep pushing, and this is going to be a multi-year thing. The biggest problem is they were caught off guard when this happened, so they had no head start on this. They're coming way from behind.
Yeah, it's amazing. Now, some people would say, hey, they're rarely first phones. But
It's
boy,
true.
when they decide to get into phones, they do it really
That's
well.
the big difference. They were not first, and they're the worst.
Okay.
Wow.
Of the
Okay.
big tech companies.
And that is the reason why I need to read the 6,000 page word article. Thank you so much, Mark. Really a pleasure. Mark Gurman, Bloomberg News Managing Editor for Global Consumer Tech. Bloomberg Big Take Story. You can check it out online as well as on the terminal. For our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio.
All right. My take on Apple, I'm finishing up a book called Mastering AI, and got a couple more chapters to read. But there was an interesting chapter about how AI could help the average person, right? You know, of course, AI can help with designing molecules and proteins to help diseases, to speed up the process in silico, and then further testing in vitro and in vivo. But the average person isn't going to be doing genomic sequencing AI or proteomics AI kind of stuff. The average person is going to need an assistant, all right? And that assistant could be leveraged using Siri, all right? And better voice recognition and tapping the user's behavior off these devices, the iPad, the iPhone, the iMac. Knowing your preferences, knowing where you like to vacation, knowing what companies that you transact with, what banking firms you use, using that data set to build an AI through Siri that would actually help you to automatically buy the groceries, automatically do itinerary for a vacation, not just plan it for you, but actually book the hotel and the plane and all this. The problem comes in is that all these other companies aren't directly interfaced with the underlying AI technology, either ChatGPT or something that may be developed at Apple. But Apple has the devices and the user base to leverage this the most. So if they can train Siri to be a true assistant, then, and to actually book your, or purchase your particular items. You just said, Siri, purchase such and such, you know, from whatever store. And it has access to your banking information and it purchases it. Then it's really truly leveraging artificial intelligence as an assistant, as a home assistant. That's where I think Apple it needs to go with this. But they need to train their model, and then they have to build partnerships to be able to send that information securely to those vendors. So it's not so much training the model to know your behavior. That's the easy part. It's expensive, but that's the easy part. The hard part is the conduit, building that mezzanine between the assistant, in this case, Siri, and the other vendors that you purchase products and services, where you don't log in. How do you normally buy something? You log in, you either go to the store physically, but many people are logging onto their website and you purchase a product. But this technology that can be developed with AI, especially with the voice recognition, you can tell Siri or tell some sort of assistant, purchase, some clothing with a color, the size, what kind of style you want. And it would go to your top 4 designers or stores that you like to purchase from. And it would make the purchase, and then voila, it's shipped to your home. And all you said was just go and purchase, some pants. Like, for example, you could tell Siri, go purchase some Levi jeans, a certain size, a certain color, certain style, maybe, 511s or 502s or whatever. And it does it automatically for you. And it's at your doorstep in 3 days. That's where this is going. But the biggest part of this problem is the mezzanine between the trained AI, the trained assistant, knowing your preferences and your voice recognition. That's the easy part, but the expensive part. But the mezzanine that's secure between all these vendors. There's not a common code of communication. See how we purchase items on the internet is that you're typing in or clicking a button and it's storing in a cart this. How does the assistant do that behind the scenes? It almost has to run a script to log in into the website to purchase the jeans. Log into, let's say, Levi's, purchase the jeans, and automatically do it. They have to train the AI to be able to log in to a website and to type in stuff. Or there's some sort of universal communication between AI assistants and vendors, some sort of broadcasting common secure network communication code or a certain standard that may be regulated by government, who knows? But that's where the missing piece is. The easy part is to train the model. Building the conduit for the AI to actually do the purchasing is the difficult part. So, but it's going to go there. It eventually will get there. It's almost the same problem that Steve Jobs had. How do you get all of these music record companies to turn to digital and to be able to upload it on the iPod at that time, right? And then eventually iTunes, is born. Or the birthing of TV, Apple TV, and getting companies to make apps and to broadcast their digital content on Apple TV. It's something similar to that, where there's going to be almost like Apple Commerce that Surrey will integrate with to be able to purchase from all these different stores. And it may be as simple as they make agreements, they go and they make agreements and it goes into some sort of Apple market. It's like it's almost like malls are dying in the real world, but maybe in the digital world, there will be a mall, an Apple Mall. And that Apple Mall will have all these different vendors, and they have a certain protocol that the AI can access to be able to do purchases just by voice recognition, just by the user stating purchase such and such item at Levi's, for example. But that's where it's going. So that's my take on it. Before we go to balance of power, let's plug a couple products here. Please help support my work by purchasing the products on my store. I have great products that, if you follow the protocol, will help improve your immune system, soak up free radicals, bring down inflammation, speed up your metabolism. And you're going to notice that you're slowing down the aging process, boosting up your immune system and your endocrine system. One great product line that I have is the first pillar of my core protocol, which is Max 35, Max 14, or Cleanse. Now, Max 35 or 14 is 35 or 14 parts per million, respectively. Cleanse is 30 parts per million. You take a teaspoon a day of either of these. Take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 or 30 seconds, and then swallow. And what will happen is you're improving your immune system. You're helping your oral cavity health. You're protecting the epithelial lining and your mucosal barrier. And you're helping your oral pharynx. Really important to boost up your immune system. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day and then go back to your maintenance once you start feeling better. I take a teaspoon a day, every day, and I have been doing that for over 5 years. Again, Cleanse is 30 parts per million. Max 35 is 35 parts per million. And Max 14 is 14 parts per million. Take one of those three each day to help boost up your immune system. That's the first part of the health protocol. The second part of the health protocol is C60. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. C60, you can get it in MCT coconut oil, extra virgin olive oil, or avocado oil. Now, it has to be suspended in an oil for you to absorb it. Some people sell C60 in a powdered form. You're taking it wrong. You have to take it in a lipid for proper absorption. Very, very, very important. Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. Take it also if you're working out. Take it before your workout, so it'll soak up the free radicals that you're generating during your workout, and you will notice that you will recover quicker from your workout. C60 will soak up free radicals in your cells, reduce the stress on the cell and in your tissues. It'll also soak up free radicals in your bloodstream. That's really important because if you soak up free radicals in your bloodstream, you're reducing the chances of LDL being oxidized. And it's oxidized LDL that built up plaque. So by soaking up free radicals in your bloodstream, you're reducing the chances of plaque formation. Now, in terms of in your cells, soaking up free radicals is going to reduce the stress on the cell. The cell is going to be healthier. The mitochondria will be healthier. They'll have more energy. They'll have more ATP. That's very important for cellular processes. So the cells are going to perform better. Your glands will perform better. Your endocrine system will perform better. Your immune system will perform better. Even your neurons will perform better. Your neurons have lots of ATP that need to be healthy to be able to produce neurotransmitters. If you're producing the neurotransmitters and you have the energy in those neurons, you're going to have better neuroplasticity. That means you're going to think better. You're going to have better memory, have better cognition, less brain fog. You'll be moving better. You'll be sleeping better. It's really important. So take C60 every day. Take a teaspoon a day. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper to buy the higher ounce configuration per ounce when you look at it, you know, the cost per ounce. But the point here is take it every day, really important. And what you're going to notice is that over a 1 year period of time, that your skin is healthier, you have more energy levels, you'll look younger. You're slowing down the aging process because you're soaking up free radicals. It's very potent. It's almost 1,000 times more potent than vitamin C. And you'll have more energy. Your gland systems will be performing better. So your endocrine system will be in homeostasis. Your immune system will be better. That means that you're going to be able to fight off issues that your body may be exposed to. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the C60 every day. Very important. It's the second part of my protocol. And again, you can get it in avocado oil, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. In a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. Really important to take every day. I've been taking it since 2016. Now I take a lot of different supplements. Not everybody can afford what I do, but I'm telling you how to benefit from what I have learned to slow down the aging process and to boost up your immune system. Extremely important. If you pay attention to me, you have weathered the storm in 2020. Your body is getting healthier, and it's a holistic approach. Proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation, proper sleep. Learn new things, protect those neurons, really important. So let's continue on with Bloomberg.
What's the deal with that?
So
Is this
that
the new
all-
deadline on Capitol Hill?
No, this all goes around procedural issues because you have to depending on how the rule is going to be written, you have to have 72 hours, you have to have at least 24
So we
hours.
care
So
about that
they
now.
want to get this
Okay.
out and home before Memorial Day. When 20 years ago, when I first started doing some of this stuff, you know, there used to be roll committee meetings in the middle of the night. It's not unusual. It just hasn't happened. And I'm like so thankful because I go to bed early.
We got press briefings at 8 in the morning now, Ways and Means at 1 a.m., whatever it takes. But the fact is, four Republicans voted present is the only way this actually got through. If these four voted no on the bill, we'd have a massive failure for President Trump. Is that going to happen next week?
Well, first of all, I think it's also interesting to watch to see how these people will vote on. These four will vote on the floor or the moderates, depending on what the SALT number ends up being. But they can also vote
this could
present.
get worse this week.
No, I mean, maybe. Listen, I think one of the things that has been super interesting to me is how good the speaker is of trying to bring people together. Obviously, he does have the president right now as well. But these four voting promise, letting it go to the next stage. So tomorrow night at 1 or Wednesday morning, we do that. And then they're looking for, a vote sometime Thursday morning-ish, 11, 12. I think they get there, yes.
Okay, gets to the floor.
I think it gets to the floor. Yeah. And I think they continue to try until some people have canceled their Memorial Day plans, some haven't, but I think that you get here. They don't go home until they get it done.
But they're going to get it done, and then it goes to the Senate.
And then the Senate's going to strip
and
the Senate's going to strip a lot of stuff out because of procedural reasons, and then they're going to come back to the House and they're going to have
all over again?
No, because they can't amend the bill at that point because they won't survive in the Senate just because of their procedural rules.
Well, what's the point of being Chip Roy at the end of the day when you make all this noise, hold up the whole thing, and then it passes anyway? At some point, he needs to get his, doesn't he?
Well, I think he will. There is some things that I think he could get in regards to some of the energy tax credits from the IRA bill. I think that you'll have lots of people that will agree to that. I think that
Move up the work requirements. Does that make him
to
happy?
2027 from 2029. You would have probably a lot of people that would agree with that, but you do have people like Josh Hawley in the Senate, Senator Hawley, who said he's not going to vote for any Medicaid hits. But you can lose 3 in the Senate with the vice president. So, but you probably, obviously, you're going to lose Rand Paul right off the bat because he'll never. listen, there are some people that really believe this is the only time we're ever able to get our spending in check. A lot of the conservatives in both the House and Senate want to go back to pre-pandemic levels. It's really, really hard to do, but it's not that long ago. And they would rather add to the bottom line of our debt in order to get to the budget under control. But it is going to be I think we get this done, at least in the House this week. That's my prediction.
Meanwhile, Moody. What? That's a great prediction. I love that. We'll talk about it next week. Maybe you'll be saved by the holiday. Come see us Tuesday. Ashley Davis, S3. That's the way forward right now as we know it in Washington. We're not going to be live for that 1 a.m. committee hearing. We'll tell you what happens later. Cliff Young from Ipsos is on the way in next.
All right. While Bloomberg is cycling their commercial break here, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the elderberry zinc lozenges. In the cold season, allergy season, or even living in an environment where you have poor air quality, it's really important to use the lozenges and the drops that I have to mitigate that irritation in your throat. So please get a few bags of the elderberry zinc lozenges. You get 21 in each bag. Or you can get the 3 flavors that I have of the drops. You can get it in blueberry, in cherry flavor, and also in honey and lemon. You get 100 drops in each bag. But again, take the drops and the lozenges, have a few bags for your household and then for work. You never know when you need it. And right when you have that irritation in your throat, take it right away to mitigate the problem. It's going to create secretions, protect that epithelial lining, and protect that mucosal barrier, and improve your immune system. So please go to my store, get the lozenges and the drops, get a few bags for your household. They're inexpensive, and they do wonders. They help your body when you need it. Also, get the magnesium and zinc supplement or the vitamin C and magnesium. Magnesium is really important to increase the efficacy of vitamin D3. Vitamin C and magnesium will help with your skin, your immune system, and your brain function. Magnesium is very important for brain health. And for the magnesium and zinc, again, magnesium helps with the brain function, and magnesium and zinc helps with the immune system. So it's dual purpose. So a great stack to help with your brain health, to help with the efficacy of D3, and to help with your immune system is to stack the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium together. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount the number 5, $5 off any order. All right, so there's some movement going on with UCO, which is the ETF for oil. That's trading at 21.65. Gush is trading at 22.35. DRIP's trading at 10.27. Natural gas is trading at 3.14. And the equity market is trading at 59.47. So again, remember that we have a resistance level for the S&P 500 at 6,000. I suspect that there's going to be a trading range between this just below 6,000 to about 7,000. Between just below 6,000, there's going to be a trading range around like 5,975 to about 5,750. Bounce around, consolidate for a little while. And unless we hear some really positive news when it comes to tariffs. Now, if there is an Iran deal, then most likely prices will go down because there will be additional barrels of oil coming onto the market. But it seems right now that there's no breakthrough in terms of some sort of peace between the United States and Iran. So we'll see what happens with that. And that's all dealing with the whole nuclear issue with Iran. It's a big problem. So since they didn't take the off-ramp, most likely oil will continue to go up. At least in the short term. There is a resistance level at 65 for oil. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
The ounce up 0.8%, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.3%, 63.28 a barrel. Capital One Financial's takeover of Discover Financial Services is officially completed, creating the largest credit card issuer by loan volume in the United States. COF on the ticker, up now by 1.1%. You can take the TFS ticker off your screens. PepsiCo shares are little changed right now. We do have PepsiCo down 0.3% after completing its $1.95 billion acquisition of the soda brand Poppi. And Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has sold his stakes in the Wall Street Business Group he ran for more than 3 decades, passing ownership to his children and private outside investors. Recapping, the Dow up 0.1%, S&P down 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues right now. Back with once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie, thank you so much. Pretty remarkable to see the markets hanging in there, even positive numbers after what happened on Friday evening. We felt the earth shake when Moody's weighed in with the downgrade, but clearly everyone seems to be going along with the Scott Bessent line from Sunday morning. Backward looking. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. It's great to have you with us here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, on YouTube, where you can find us by searching Bloomberg Business News Live, and now on Bloomberg Originals. Welcome to the most original political program on the radio. We're going to do this every day from now on. It's a great honor to be on Bloomberg Originals. I'm glad if you're finding us right now for the first time that you're part of our conversation every day here in Washington. How about the next 100 days? Well, we're in them now. And our friend Cliff Young at Ipsos has been running numbers here, knowing that things got a little bit deeper. The waters got a bit deeper for President Trump, as I mentioned on Friday with that Moody's downgrade. There are a lot of questions going forward here, not only about tariff policy, but what happens to tax policy and who's going to pay for it on. That could add trillions to the debt and deficit if we don't get the pay-fors that many are asking for, that Moody's is looking for, along with this morning in an early briefing at the White House. Here's what she said.
The world has confidence in the United States of America and our economy once again. Oil prices are dropping, gas prices are dropping. The president has added nearly 500,000 jobs to the American economy already. So there's a lot of optimism in this economy, and the president disagrees with that assessment.
Yes, cautious optimism, according to Ipsos. The next 100 days, friction, uncertainty, but cautious optimism, writes Cliff Young, who's with me right now, Ipsos Public Affairs President for the U.S. It's great to see you. Welcome back, as always.
It's great to be here, John.
You've got the benefit of a slightly longer view than those of us who are in each wrinkle as we wait for the headline on when the phone call is going to end and so forth. Broadly speaking, despite all the stuff I just said, the president's actually doing better in approval ratings than he was weeks ago.
Yeah, he's in a better place. If you look at Ipsos numbers or the average of all the polling firms out there, all the polling numbers, he's improved a point or two since, let's say, the beginning of the month. And I think that has a lot to do with him stepping off the gas a bit.
Interesting.
He was creating a lot of friction around the edges. He was confronting conventions and norms. People don't like that. They're worried, obviously, about potential inflation linked to tariffs. And all that has sort of tampered down a bit.
Interesting that this may have coincided with his pulling back on China for a bit, right? We'll give that a breather, maybe an agreement in principle, whatever we go home thinking, reciprocal tariffs under review. What happens, though, when that review ends and maybe some of this stuff kicks back in?
Well, it's going to be ultimately about whether there's negative impact in people's day-to-day lives. Right now, it's all noise. It's news. It's not concrete, right? And people are worried about that. Public opinion is worried about that. But we really won't see the impact, if there's going to be an impact, until it affects, if it does affect, people's ability to make ends meet.
Give me a reality check on this Moody's headline, because at Bloomberg, that's a big deal. 10 years back above 4.5%. You say, oh my God, the market's going to tank. It's not, clearly. And I wonder what people really think of this. Does a Moody's downgrade to AA1 mean anything to somebody who's trying to figure out how to pay the bills this month?
No, not at all. They don't know what it even is, right? Ultimately, these are things that elites and bankers and people in Wall Street and people that run companies are worried about, less so about someone in trying to make ends meet, putting food on the table. But ultimately, it runs in part counter to what we're seeing in public opinion. Like we said before, we're in a period of a lull. There is trepidation, there is unease about the present. But there are glimmers of hope looking forward for people.
I'm fascinated by the push and pull when it comes to tariffs based on what you found. Americans do not see the near-term benefit of tariffs. Americans do, however, see the long-term benefits, but are split on whether the pain is worth it. How do we rationalize that?
Well, they're worried about things today, right? Like I said before, there's a lot of trepidation and unease, and it doesn't matter the poll, the question, the indicator, we see it in a general sense. When we talk about the potential benefit of tariffs, generation of jobs, bring manufacturing back to U.S., a majority of Americans say, yes, I can see where tariffs make sense. I'm in favor of that. But I'm not quite sure I want to suffer the pain needed to get there.
Doesn't that say more about our society, the way that we look at things? Like, hey, I know it's going to pay off, but I'm not sure I'm actually willing to pay it.
Yeah, I think most people need to think in the short term. They need to think about how to make ends meet. They need to worry about how much money is left over at the end of the month. And that's just an indicator of that.
Incredible. As we wait to hear from the president on this phone call with Vladimir Putin, you find that Republicans are still being seen stronger on immigration, on the economy, on inflation, and yes, foreign policy. Are people paying attention to wars on the other side of the world?
Not much. I mean, they're really worried about immigration on the one hand, the cost of living on the other, and Republicans are strong on those points. Trump is strong on those points, and they have been historically. Foreign policy, less so. They get good marks, that is, Republicans do, but people are much less worried about what's going on in the Ukraine or in the Middle East, and much more worried about how to make ends meet.
Right, absolutely. And I guess we're going to be hearing more about this now. When it comes to messaging, there's been a big question about the way this White House is flooding the zone, as they say. I think you're suggesting that maybe things are improving because the zone isn't quite so flooded, the cadence that we've seen. But the messaging around inflation specifically, talking about kids not being able to have as many toys, was one that kind of hung around the president's neck here. Scott Bessent over the weekend suggesting that, you know, maybe Walmart needs to eat some of this, as the president said in a Truth Social post. It's been impacting the soft data, as we say, consumer sentiment, consumer expectations. We have yet to see it really creep into the hard data. But you're a pollster, you're an expert on this. Do you have a sense of at what point people lose patience? The honeymoon period ends.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise once again. And like I said before, there's a pessimism about the present. We have seen some sort of behavioral change among households. They've cut some sort of non-essential expenditures like travel, and they are stockpiling on some essentials. We've seen that. But this is all, once again, theoretical.
Yeah, right.
This is about the future that hasn't gotten here yet, hasn't arrived. And it really will be about whether it affects Americans' ability to make ends meet, and we're not there yet.
Well, now to the comedy part of the program with Cliff Young. Americans want the president to work with Congress rather than issue executive orders. I'm not sure if they've been paying attention, but that's not going to be the plan coming out of this White House, is it?
Yeah, I don't think we should take it literally. We should take it sort of conceptually. In other words, Americans want less friction. They want their leaders to follow the rules. They don't like it when they're thwarted. A lot of the...
There's been a lot of that.
A lot of that. And that's why, why he dropped in the numbers. That's why he outstripped the historical average for the first 100 days. He was at 6-point decline versus a 3-point decline.
These were the Doge executive actions or any
all of them all together, right? And like that's what, and today what we're seeing a bit, as you've already said, Joe, is him stepping off the pedal a bit. I think the numbers are improving a bit because there's less of that friction of that contest going on in public opinion's mind.
Does it help to see the president being presidential, as they say, on a trip like he just took to the Middle East? Not a heck of a lot of news other than some investments in technology, some of the other things that he was talking about, but it was mainly a big photo op. They put a music video together at the White House to post this, being seen with leaders, not just political leaders, but business leaders out there doing things in a forum that nobody else could do. Is there actually a benefit in 2025 to those kind of optics?
Yeah, on the margins, it's important to see our leaders
People get pretty jaded.
our presidents act presidential.
Yeah.
And I think these sorts of initiatives, activities, actions go to seeing public opinion tamper down a bit.
Mm-hmm.
It won't have a huge impact, but it does have an impact.
At some point, this is going to start feeding into midterms. I don't know when you start paying attention to that, but we've already got people talking about it here on the air. We had the chair of the DCCC on just a couple of weeks ago talking about strategy, talking about special elections where we're trying to read tea leaves. Has this begun already, or is it too early?
Well, the season's begun, but it's probably starting too early.
Yeah.
I don't like to look at things.
Is the polling season?
No, we're far off still. We, really November, December is when we begin to look. Listen, typically the party out of power does better in the midterms. Normally, the party out of power, the Democrats, in this case, gain seats in the House, typically take back the House.
Sure.
That's probably going to be the trend, at least. The Democrats probably will trend better.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see where we are, especially with this administration going into next year.
Multiple lifetimes between now and then, but I'm always pushing it here. What are your clients asking you about? People should know that Cliff Young doesn't just sit here and talk to guys like me. You're actually out interfacing with clients on a granular level, running numbers like the ones we're talking about. What's the most important question you're getting at the moment?
They want to understand the contours of the future. Not necessarily what's going to happen.
Nothing easy about
but
that.
What can we expect, right? I think, at this point, a lot of our charge, a lot of our sort of objective, or my objective, is to say, listen, things are not as bad as you think they are. Trump is actually in a better place than many believe. Public opinion is worried today, but there's a glimmer of hope looking forward. Just those two statements is a way to sort of understand the contours of what will happen.
Interesting. That is only, we're under the next 100 days, as you pointed out at the top of your deck. That's only 100 days plus into the administration. Will they start caring less at a certain point? When does this get boring?
No, I think with this administration,
never.
And this politician and this president, never. Yeah.
That says a lot. Job security for Cliff Young.
Yeah, good for business.
It's good for business. So keep coming back to see us. From Ipsos, Cliff Young, live in Washington. I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for being with us here on Balance of Power.
Let me do a quick plug for the store here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. This collagen is dual purpose. It's going to help with your skin, your hair, your nails, your musculature, your bone structure, your cartilage, and your joints. Very important to take every day. This is a month's supply. It's a powder. You get a big scooper in this. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, milk. Some people even put it in coffee. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this collagen. It has an extensive amino acid profile. Take a look at the label on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in this video and all my videos. So click the link, go to the store, purchase the products, use discount 5, and you get $5 off. Let's talk about another stack that's important here. We're going to talk about brain health, helping with your immune system, cardiovascular system. Ashwagandha root will help to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. That will reduce inflammation. That's bringing down the inflammatory response. That will help with your vascular system by reducing inflammation at the vascular level. You're reducing chances of plaque formation. And ashwagandha root is going to help with the immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the ashwagandha root. Another very important supplement to take to help with your cardiovascular health is omega-3. Omega-3 will bring down inflammation, help with clotting. It'll help to prevent overclotting, because what it does is it prevents the red blood cells from over sticking. Sometimes when your red blood cells stick too much, you'll get clots. So omega-3 will prevent that from happening. And omega-3 is really important to lower your LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Therefore, it's helping with your lipid profile, and a better lipid profile means less LDL being oxidized, which means less plaque formation. Very important to take omega-3. Stack it with ashwagandha root, and that helps with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Now let's talk about brain health. Proper sleep is really important. Take the Good Night formula every night. This has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower in it. This will get you into 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep, and that will allow you to be well rested in the morning, detoxify your central nervous system, and to consolidate memory. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Good Night formula. By getting proper sleep, a good, well-rested sleep on a continuous basis, it's going to slow down the aging process. Very important. So please go to my store, get the Good Night formula, the omega-3, and the ashwagandha roots, stack them together, and it's helping with your brain health, cardiovascular health, and your immune system. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Click the link in the description of this video and all my videos. I'll take you to the store. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Bloomberg should be coming back shortly here. Since we're still waiting on Bloomberg, please go to my store and get the vitamin D3. This helps with gene expression. D3 is a gene expression cofactor, very important. It also helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis, extremely important if cells have been infected. So D3 helps with getting rid of cells that need to die. So D3 also helps to absorb calcium. Very important. It helps with your cardiovascular health and also bone density. Vitamin D3 works better when you take magnesium in your diet or through supplementation. So make sure you take magnesium on a regular basis. But take vitamin D3 to help improve your overall health. Very important. And stack it with K2, MK7 molecule. Vitamin K2 is important for your vascular health and for bone density. When you stack them together and you do resistance training and taking calcium, you're going to improve your bone density. But it's very important to do resistance training. So take the D3 and the K2 together, do the resistance training. Also, D3 and K2 will help to pull out some of that calcium that is depositing around plaque and also reduce the chances of further calcium depositing around that plaque formation. So it will help with your cardiovascular health. So make sure you take the K2 and the D3. It's dual purpose, helps with your bone density and your cardiovascular health.
The morning, we did have the S&P down by 0.1%. Nasdaq right now down 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.48%, with a 2-year currently yielding 3.98%. Gold now up 0.9%. Spot gold 32.33 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.4%, 63.36 per barrel of WTI. April housing activity is the focus of this week's U.S. economic agenda. And with a look ahead, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Numbers on new home sales are set for Friday, and Wall Street anticipates an April loss. Economic outlook, mortgages and costs are weighing on demand. Tariffs are poised to strike building materials. The supply of new homes for sale is the highest since the Great Recession 17 years ago. Builders are pulling back on spec homes, which contractors start without a buyer. Also this week, data on home resales Wednesday could show a modest gain. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Walmart lower, as President Trump says the retailer should stop trying to blame tariffs as the reason for raising its prices. You'll recall Walmart's comments last week during its earnings report. Walmart right now down 0.2%. Two key retailers will be reporting this week when we hear from both Target and Home Depot. Shares of both companies lower right now. Also today, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ trading mixed, with the S&P down 8, down 0.1%. And briefly, Microsoft adding models from Elon Musk's xAI to its artificial intelligence marketplace, including Grok 3, which will be available on Microsoft's cloud computing platform. Balance of Power continues now. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet. Moody's what? Amazing to see that market today after the downgrade late Friday. Thanks for being with us here on this Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121 on YouTube, and now, yes, on Bloomberg Originals. It's pretty hard to avoid us here on the fastest show in politics. As we wait for word from the White House here on the call, it started about 2 hours ago, 10:40 a.m. Washington time. Trump and Putin on the line, talking, of course, about the war in Ukraine. When we learn that the call has ended, of course, we'll let you know, and you better believe I'm refreshing Truth Social here. It's not just Jeannie. We're all on it now, trying to find out exactly what the president has to say. You know how this goes. We'll probably get a readout, an official readout from the White House. We might get a very different version of what happened from Trump himself on Truth Social, and then a whole different version when we get the readout from the Kremlin. All that is expected in the coming hours here, so hang on. Maybe we will get some news on a ceasefire, maybe a meeting. They're floating this idea of Vatican talks now. Imagine this, imagine the optics, Putin, Trump, the Vatican. We do know that he was on Truth Social late into the evening, or should I say early in the morning. Donald Trump preparing for this meeting by writing about Kamala Harris, Beyonce, and Bruce Springsteen. 1:34 a.m. He writes, how much did Kamala Harris pay Bruce Springsteen for his poor performance during her campaign for president? This is a long post. I won't read the whole thing. A little later, according to news reports, Beyonce was paid $11 million to walk onto a stage, quickly endorse Kamala. This was top of mind for Donald Trump just hours before the call here with Vladimir Putin. And there we have it. This is coming from the Russians, James. The Kremlin, yes, says the Putin-Trump call is over. The RIA reporting, and you would have seen that headline if you were looking at the terminal. So there we have it. This could have been done a few minutes ago. That's basically a 2-hour call is what we're talking about here as we assemble our panel. In the nick of time, they're back together again. Rick and Jeannie, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick Davis, our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie Shanzano, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Jeannie, I don't know who talks first in this world. I don't know who decides to hang up first, but apparently they have had the call. Do you believe that Vladimir Putin, knowing that we had this massive drone swarm last night, another huge attack against Ukraine, is a serious player in this conversation?
We have not seen any acknowledgement of that yet. Of course, we don't have a readout from the call yet. You mentioned it's over. Hopefully, I think the best, at least in my estimation, we could expect is, to your point, a meeting being set up. What's odd about this is that in normal past political life, you wouldn't see two leaders of this level getting together, talking on the phone, unless they were really close. But that's not the case here. What we have here is Russia and Putin clearly thinking they can still make gains militarily. And Donald Trump keeps inserting himself into the negotiations, saying, we can't resolve this thing without me. And so you get them together, and yet they hype up expectations. And then in all likelihood, the most we'll get is a meeting, which would be a good thing. But that's likely all we will get at this point.
We're getting more from Russian state media. Apparently, Putin's talking to reporters here. That's in itself a bit of news. Talking with reporters after the call to say his conversation with Donald Trump was useful. That's the word from the TASS news agency. Adding to the rest here, Russia ready to work with Ukraine on a future peace deal, he says. In the call that lasted over 2 hours, Trump stated his position on a ceasefire. And again, now Putin says his conversation, this according to IFX, with Trump was very meaningful. Rick Davis, how are you interpreting these headlines, and do you think this call was premature?
You know, look, I mean, Donald Trump negotiates a different way than previous presidents have. You know, as Jeannie said, Ashley Davis earlier on your program, normally these things would be worked out at a lower level, cabinet, sub-cabinet, expert level. There'd be real detail associated with the conversation so that nothing would be misunderstood. And then the principals will get together and basically solidify whatever had been preordained. There's none of that. Yes, Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, has been meeting with his counterpart in Russia. No telling what has come out of that other than Russia's repeated increase in attacks on Ukraine throughout this, quote, peace process. So you hope it's meaningful, right? You hope that, you know, the president was able to make the case on ceasefire, stop the killing, which has been his mantra since the day he was sworn into office. And yet, you know, you have to, you know, be clear-eyed about Vladimir Putin. He's had a lot of disdain for the peace process. All of his negotiation positions have been, I want everything and I will give up nothing. And in the meantime, he's launched some of the largest aerial attacks on the country of Ukraine since the war started over 3 years ago. So when you look at those cards, it's not a good deck for Donald Trump to be playing right now. It will be interesting to see what comes out of this substantively from the U.S. side, because you can't really believe much of what the Russians are telling us right now.
Right. Wow. Well, and they're still talking here. The headlines are flying. Russia ready to work with Ukraine on a future peace deal. Adding to that, a memorandum with Ukraine may include truce terms. That's TASS News reporting. Putin says the truce is possible. A truce is possible, Jeannie, if certain agreements are reached. We should note first, and you're right, producer James, it's really fascinating to me that the Kremlin's getting the jump on this. We have not heard from the White House yet, nor have we from Donald Trump as an individual on Truth Social. This is all coming from Moscow here, knowing that this, of course, is the invader, Jeannie. Will the invader set the terms of the truce?
You know, that's part of the problem. One of the latest things we heard from Russia was that they wanted to keep portions of Ukraine that they have not even annexed yet, and that's certainly a non-starter. And this is one of the things that Zelensky has been trying to implore both J.D. Vance and the president, that they are being played by Vladimir Putin. What does Vladimir Putin want? He wants to buy time without the U.S. continuing to give military and intelligence support to Ukraine so that he can gobble up as much as he can get what he wants militarily, and then potentially go to the table once he's satisfied himself. And so this is a very difficult position for the Trump administration to be in. I mean, some people are saying, for all of Donald Trump's bombast and talking about how much he matters in this, what really matters is, does the U.S. continue to support Ukraine militarily and in an intelligence way so that Russia and Vladimir Putin realize they are going to need to compromise and come to the table? Otherwise, this is going to be a repeat of the 30-day ceasefire, which Ukraine accepted and Russia did not. The meeting in Turkey that Ukraine went to, Russia did not. We've played this game before, and Donald Trump's got to be very careful here. He is not being played by Putin.
Boy, so what's a win? I hate asking a cliched question like that, Rick. Forget the win. What needs to happen now? Is it a meeting between these two in person, or do we get some kind of a timeline on talks, or is it simply getting to a ceasefire? How can we have serious talks as long as Vladimir Putin is bombing civilians in Ukraine?
Yeah, look, it's a good question. When you have one person really dictating the flow of this war since day one, what's it going to take to get that person off the position that they've been in for so long? It's really hard to tell. Efforts to get a brokered deal between principals failed in the first month of the Trump administration. I think Donald Trump really believed that Putin would give him what he wants on this deal, and he didn't. Then there were efforts to try and get delegations to meet, as the most recent version of that, to create a ceasefire in Istanbul. That failed miserably. Europe had a deadline of May 12th to start imposing crippling sanctions on Russia if there was not a ceasefire deal in place. Well, it's been a week, and the group of the willings don't seem to be willing to have those sanctions done yet. So it's really a cauldron of different issues that are mixing together. And I'm sure that's why the president felt he had to, stake his reputation on trying to bust this thing loose, because everything else has failed to date.
What needs to follow this meeting, Jeannie, because it does not appear that a lot of progress was made?
I think what's going to need to happen is, hopefully a face-to-face meeting at some point. But I really do think it is going to have to be the United States and Europe, to Rick's point, continuing to show that they are in full support of Ukraine militarily from the U.S. and intelligence-wise from the U.S. and their European allies. That is the only thing that we can see at this point that is going to dissuade Putin from this idea that he can wait out the U.S. and eventually we're going to go away, we're going to focus at home and let Ukraine suffer over there. If he continues to believe that, he has no reason to stop fighting. And what happened over this weekend with these drone attacks, it was very devastating and a sign that this is not serious in terms of his willingness to stop this attack.
Look at this, Rick. Vladimir Putin talking to reporters. I thank the U.S. for support in resumption of direct talks with Ukraine. He's no stranger to the flattery game either when it comes to Donald Trump, is he?
No, first of all, he is a trained KGB agent in infiltration and propaganda. So when you start with that as your career basis, you know that he's going to understand the psych ops of getting under Donald Trump's skin. And I'm sure 2 hours on that call, most of it was spent undermining the president's commitment to Vladimir Zelensky. Putin's been successful at doing that before, and he probably was today. Now the president is committed to picking up the phone and talking to Zelensky. And that's probably the readout we care most about, because up until this point in time, Trump's approach, coddling Putin, try to get him sucked into a deal, hasn't worked, and he's basically berated Vladimir Zelensky for the last 3 months to try and get him to a place where he would do a deal. And he has been there. So now what do you do? I think the president is quickly losing options because he's playing all these out and those cards aren't really winning. So how we get to a place where there's a constructive process in place to try and stop the bloodshed and figure out what a truce looks like, I don't see the mechanics of being there right now.
Well, we've still only heard from the Russians on this. Still no Truth Social post, interestingly, and no readout officially from the White House, although this is something else. As Vladimir Putin continues to talk with reporters overseas, the point now, he says, is that Russia and Ukraine would find compromises. The main thing is to eliminate root causes of the crisis. The invader, of course, speaking here about root causes of the crisis. We'll have a lot more as we learn more. And in our second hour, we may well get.
Let me talk about a stack that will help with your neuro health, your cardiovascular health, and your metabolism. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can take. This is going to soak up free radicals, reduce stress on the cell, help with the mitochondrial health, boost up your energy levels, and protect your neuron. It's very important to take ubiquinol once you turn age 40 to protect your neurons. Stack it with NAD+. NAD+ is a supplement that will boost up your NAD+ levels, increase your energy, help you to repair DNA damage at the cellular level and at the mitochondrial level, and protect your neurons. Stacking these together, very important for neural health. Very important. Another supplement that will help with metabolism and mitochondrial health, neural health, vitamin B complex. The first 4 B vitamins helps your mitochondria. They'll boost up those energy levels, increase the health of the mitochondria. If the health of the mitochondria is where they should be, then your cells are going to perform better, especially in your neurons. And Vitamin B complex helps with cellular metabolism, so your cells are going to perform better. B12 also helps to protect your neurons, so it's really important. Take the vitamin B complex once you turn age 40. If you're 40 years of age or older, very important to take vitamin B complex. Stack it with NAD plus and the ubiquinol, and that's a great neurostack. Now, let's also talk about cardiovascular health and immune system. Olive leaf extract brings down inflammation, so that's going to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. It also helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So that's going to improve your lipid profile with less inflammation, less LDL, means less oxidized LDL, which means less plaque formation. Very important to take every day. Take the olive leaf extract. And another supplement that I've been taking for decades is resveratrol. Resveratrol will help with youthful gene expression. It's going to soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It's going to help with your mitochondrial health, boost up those energy levels when you have healthy mitochondria, and get rid of cells that are in senescence. So take resveratrol every day, stack it with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol. Those are great stacks. So to help with your youthful gene expression, take the resveratrol. And then stack it with the olive leaf extract. That's going to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. And then for neuroprotection and cellular metabolism, the vitamin B complex, the NAD+, and the ubiquinol. That's a great stack for you. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The call lasted over 2 hours. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power as President Trump and Vladimir Putin wrap their call about the war in Ukraine with big questions still about the way forward. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Kaylee, this is going to be interesting. Over the course of the next hour, we anticipate a readout, likely from the White House, if not Donald Trump himself, on Truth Social. With what we've heard so far from Moscow, maybe not the most productive call.
Yeah, Russian state media reporting that, as you said, this was a 2-hour phone call, that Vladimir Putin found this conversation useful. And interesting to see the TASS headlines in particular, that Putin says a truce is possible if certain agreements are reached. The question is whether the U.S. Side, President Trump or the White House, gives any more detail on what those agreements actually would be or how quickly they could be made, knowing the president has been demanding a ceasefire now.
We're not going to get one yet, at least no word of a meeting as well. And talking about eliminating root causes of the crisis, the words of Vladimir Putin sound a lot like the language he was using before the invasion actually happened.
Well, it's a very good point. And of course, there's the conversation with Vladimir Zelensky that President Trump also had, interestingly, before speaking with Putin today. So we'll get the latest on all of that from the White House. Plus, we have to check in on what's happening in Congress. Now, the Budget Committee finally did it, took a nighttime Sunday hearing to do it, and votes of present from conservative holdouts rather than outright voting no. But there is still a lot of legwork to do if the Speaker wants this thing to pass before recess.
That's for sure. The members of the Freedom Caucus holding their nose, voting present, suggesting that they still have to be convinced that this is a good idea. And Kaylee, we could see a floor vote in the next couple of days. Greg Stanton, Democratic congressman from Arizona is going to join us with this and a lot more. He's on Foreign Affairs Committee and will likely want to weigh in on that phone call we just talked about.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that conversation. But of course, we also are tracking the markets today in the aftermath of the Moody's downgrade on Friday. Charlie Pellet has a look for us. And Charlie, it's quite the reversal.
Indeed. And I tell you, your co-host summed it up last hour for us on radio with Joe Matthews saying, Moody's, what Moody's? Right now we have got the S&P 500 index in the green. Significant turnaround from the early going at the worst level of the day. We did have the S&P down more than 1%, but right now on the screen, we're looking at a gain of 1 point, but positive rather than negative on the S&P. The Dow up 118 now. That is a gain of 0.3%. Nasdaq lower by 23, drop there of 0.1%. The 10-year 4.48%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.98%. Spot gold up $28 the ounce, up 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, 62.81 for a barrel of WTI. We are seeing a renewed wave of dip buying that is fueling a rebound in stocks from session lows. Big story that we're following, Nippon Steel reportedly plans to invest $14 billion in U.S. Steel Corp. if the Trump administration approves the merger of the companies. This is according to Reuters. Right now, U.S. Steel up by 1.5%. ADRs of Nippon Steel, they are down 0.9%. So again, best level of the session right now, looking at a 4-point gain for the S&P 500 index, up now by 1%. Balance of power continues now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet tracking the market action for us. Thank you so much. Incredible indeed to see a largely shrugging off of a credit downgrade when we consider the full faith and credit of the United States of America, and Moody's perhaps increased doubt about that given what's ongoing on Capitol Hill in regard to the U.S. fiscal situation. We'll have more on that in just a minute. But of course, we are still at this hour watching The Wire to see when a readout from the White House or a true social post from President Trump will come after his 2-hour-long phone call with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Of course, Russia has already given us its take through state media. A helpful conversation, according to Vladimir Putin, suggesting that there could be an opportunity for a truce. It could be possible if certain agreements are reached, but we're still awaiting further details.
Yeah, look, this is a big day at the White House. Regardless of what happens, it's something we've talked about a lot. And whenever these two get together, there's typically news. Whether they were in the Situation Room, presumably, it's unclear. We're still waiting for a lot of details on this. So why don't we get to the White House right now? Reporting from the North Lawn, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. What do we know, Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, you said it's still a lot of big questions here, but the White House did confirm that the call started at 10:40 a.m. Eastern. And as we await the U.S.'s side and readout from what happened, Russia says that the call lasted 2 hours and that Vladimir Putin found it to be useful. Importantly, we're also learning that the Russian president says a truce is possible if certain agreements are reached. Now, what that actually entails remains to be seen, but Bloomberg News had broke last month that the U.S. was preparing to demand that Russia recognize Ukraine's right to build up its military and defense industry in exchange for Ukraine likely abandoning its goals to join NATO. The U.S. had also been said to be prepared to recognize the battle, to freeze the battle lines where they currently are, although our allies have really pushed the U.S. to talk about some firmer security guarantees moving forward here before they discuss any sort of territory concession. So those are sort of the threads that we're looking for to see if there's been any developments after this call today. But one thing is for sure, this White House is trying to ramp up the pressure here on both sides to reach an agreement. In fact, you had the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, earlier today saying President Trump is growing frustrated.
The president has made it clear his goal is to see a ceasefire and to see this conflict come to an end. And he's grown weary and frustrated with both sides of the conflict. The president and his team have put an enormous amount of effort.
So going into this call, Bloomberg News had some pretty incredible reporting out this morning that Vladimir Putin felt that he had the upper hand going into these talks and that Russia feels that it can break through Ukraine's defenses by the end of this year. We should say that Western military assessments do not agree with that and that it likely signaled to us that Vladimir Putin was not prepared, Joe and Kaylee, to make any meaningful concessions during this phone call, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live on the North Lawn of the White House. Thank you so much. Of course, President Trump pushing for a deal between Russia and Ukraine, but he's also pushing for a deal today in Congress. He has been pushing for this for some time. He wants to make sure his massive legislative agenda is passed through the budget reconciliation process with all of the tax cuts that he wants. Spending curbs as well, of course, are part of this. The thing is, Joe, that there's still a lot of remaining question marks, even though the bill was able to advance through the budget committee late last night. It still faces a steep hurdle in the rules committee later on this week. And then, of course, if it can get to a full floor vote, there's not a guarantee that the votes right now are there.
Not at all. You've got 4 individuals, Republicans, potentially voting no here. They voted present last evening. It was a squeaker, 17-16. It barely got out of committee, Kaylee. And as we've discussed, it's these same gentlemen, specifically Chip Roy and Ralph Norman, who are also on the Rules Committee. So we're about to go through this all over again. And I don't know if you saw the time in which that committee hearing was scheduled, but it might be a late night.
Or early morning, I guess.
What's that
1
about?
a.m. Eastern time is when they will convene.
Is that the 74 or 72-hour rule thing, or what's the deal with 1 in the morning?
I think because budget passed it so late Sunday, you have to have enough, like a 48-hour period for the minority to respond. And there you go. All of a sudden it's 1 a.m. and lawmakers are going to have to be trying not to fall asleep in this hearing, as we saw in the markups last week. So let's get into all of this now and turn to Megan Scully, who leads our Capital Influence team here in Washington. Megan, I don't know if this means you're going to have to be live and online in the wee hours of Wednesday. If so, I'm so sorry. But before we can get to that point, what needs to happen between now and then? If Wednesday or Tuesday night, I guess it's Wednesday morning.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. If that's to be successful, what needs to happen over the remaining hours?
Yeah, so first I should say I'm seriously questioning my life choices at this point, but basically they need to come to a deal. So these 4 ultra conservatives in the budget committee, which we had expected to just rubber stamp this deal, essentially withheld their votes last night on the promise that they would get something that they like out of Speaker Johnson. But Johnson here is having to, he has to appease 3 very disparate camps of Republicans here. You have the ultra conservatives, the fiscal hawks. Then you have the SALT types, the lawmakers from New York and New Jersey and California who want to see that increased beyond what the levels that are currently set in the bill of $30,000, go well beyond that. But then you also have this third group that a lot of people are forgetting about, which are people like Brian Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania, who are really concerned about Medicaid cuts. And to try to appease all 3 of these camps when you can only afford to lose about 3 votes on the floor is incredibly difficult.
Yeah. Well, so here we are with apparently the promise of a new timeline for work requirements for Medicaid, as you mentioned, and a couple of other details, the undoing of the IRA. Do we have a sense of what Chip Roy and company are getting for this, or is this a deal that has really yet to be hammered out?
So several House leadership aides talked to reporters today and essentially said everything is still in flux. But some members of leadership have indicated that the work requirements in particular, moving those from 2029 to 2027 is very much on the table. That would save billions and certainly get the bill closer to where the House Freedom Caucus folks would like it to be. The problem with that, though, is twofold. One is in the implementation by the states. How do they get this implemented that quickly? And 2 is there's an election in 2026. And by speeding up that date to 2027, that's going to be hanging over a lot of these Republicans' heads going into the midterms.
Fascinating. Wow. We've got a lot to learn this week, Megan. We'll try to stay close with you on this. Megan Scully is going to have to rest up for quite a week here, perhaps to run our Capital Influence, our team leader, our Capital Influence team. Thank you, Megan, as we have the voice of a member of Congress. Greg Stanton, the congressman from Arizona's 4th district, brings us the view from the Democratic side of the aisle. Congressman, it's great to have you with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I don't know if you were up all night counting votes and waiting for the outcome here, but this is a...
Let me plug the powdered supplements that I have. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive compound shown on the screen. You can read the label carefully on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This will target multiple systems. It's going to target your heart, your vascular system, your brain function, your musculature and strength, your metabolism, and your energy levels. You will notice the effects of Boomer Boost within 72 hours of taking it. You get a big scooper, take 1 scoop a day, either for breakfast or for lunch, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, milk, however you want to take it. I mix it with soft foods like hummus, but take this every day. Very important. Boost up those energy levels. You're going to have a steady burn of energy throughout the whole day. You're going to lose weight. You're going to save money because 1 month's supply of Boomer Boost is cheaper than what you're spending for a month for breakfast or for lunch. And you're going to help control your A1C levels. You're going to be building up strength, especially if you're doing resistance training. It's going to help with your cardiovascular health. You're going to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to be able to concentrate better. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost, really important. Now you can take the Boomer Boost separately or take it also with the Gladiator Barley or the Heirloom Barley. Gladiator Barley will help to build strength, especially if you're doing resistance training. Take a full scoop or a half a scoop a day. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, or a smoothie. But Gladiator Barley will help build up that strength. This is a high density protein. It'll detoxify your body, bring down inflammation. That will help with your vascular system and your immune system and help you to recover after your workout and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. I take Gladiator Barley every day with the Boomer Boost. You can take the Heirloom Barley instead of the Gladiator Barley. And the difference is that it doesn't focus on the strength side. It just focuses on the detoxification, the reducing inflammation and soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. So take the Heirloom Barley or the Gladiator Barley. Take the Gladiator Barley if you're working out and you want to build up strength. Gladiator Barley also stacks really well with Myotrol. Myotrol helps with the gene expression to build muscle. So stack it with, I keep on hitting the mic here. Stack it with the Boomer Boost or the Gladiator Barley, or the Boomer Boost with the Heirloom Barley to get the max benefit. It's important. This is very powerful stuff. So please go to my store, get the barley and the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost is the fourth pillar of my core protocol. Max 35, max 14, or cleanse to boost up that immune system. It's the first pillar. The second pillar is C60 to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to boost up your immune system and to help reduce inflammation at the vascular level. And Boomer Boost is the fourth pillar to boost up those energy levels and rev up your metabolism. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. Hopefully you learned a little bit about what's going on in the markets. Again, we're trading at 5,967 in the equity market. 6,000 is a major resistance level. And $65 a barrel of oil is a major resistance level for WTI. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the work I do. All these videos are for free. Get those supplements, stack them the way I'm telling you to stack them, slow down the aging process, boost up your vitality and longevity, and get healthy. It is in your grasp to get healthy in 2025. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.